Meeting of the Albany City Council for July 18th, 2022 to order. Councilmember Sheehan, would you please read? Oh, actually, he is not joined yet. Give him a moment. He agreed to read the land acknowledgement. So I'm going to pause and see if he's going to join here. Hello, Vice Mayor Tiedemann. I already kicked off. If you'd be willing to read the land acknowledgement, please.
Of course. Apologies for the lateness. My Outlook had closed and I hadn't realized. The City of Albany recognizes that we occupy the land originally protected by the Confederated Villages of Lejeune. We acknowledge the genocide that took place on these lands and must make strides to repay the moral debt that is owed to this indigenous people, specifically the Ohlone tribe. We thank them for their contributions, which have transformed our community and will continue to bring forth growth and unity. The City of Albany commits to sustaining ongoing relations with the tribe and together build a better future for all that now make this their home.
Thank you. City Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Gary?
Here.
Councilmember McQuay?
Here.
Councilmember Nason?
Here.
Vice Mayor Tiedemann?
Here.
And Mayor Jordan?
I am here. Thank you, City Clerk. City Manager, may the council have your report.
Mayor, I don't know if your audio is working.
Uh-oh.
It's very faint.
Leave and come back?
Oh, it comes in and out.
Okay, let me see what I can do about that. In the meantime, how's that? Any better? Any improvement? Okay, thank you. Thanks for bearing with the technical difficulties here. City Manager, if the council may have your report, please.
Sure, thank you, Mayor. Today is July 18th, and I've been announcing it for a couple council meetings now, but we have officially are allowed now to open the nomination period for candidates interested in seeking office, either for a seat on the City Council or the Board of Education. There are 2 seats this election for City Council for a 4-year term and 3 seats on the Board of Education. An appointment is needed to pick up a nomination packet. That's basically all the papers you need to run for office. And you can do that with our city clerk. And our city clerk is showing you our webpage here, which will be updated throughout the election and qualify to be on the ballot for the respective offices. Our election page is albanyca.org/election. And also forthcoming, an important information session will be held on Monday, July 25th from 6 to 8 p.m. I note that this is important because it's our first informational session on a change to our election method to ranked choice voting. And this will be a virtual session, so please take advantage of this opportunity. It will also be recorded and posted to our website. We do also intend to have more than just this one training, so this is just the first of more to come. A follow-up to some information shared regarding Albany Hill and the related fire area. In response to the June 26 fire at the Hill, the city placed barricades at key areas to restrict access to the entirety of the Hill. This was done to limit public access to areas impacted by the fire and also as a way to limit access during the July 4th holiday as a fire prevention measure. Staff has been in the area since, and we have removed barricades that were surrounding the public property on the Hill. The area that still remains less accessible is private property where the primary burn area for the fire occurred. The city is working with the private property owner to identify and mitigate hazards resulting from the fire in this private property area. And we will be sure to provide additional updates as more information and work furthers along. Now the image, Anne, for the sculpture loan program. Please save the date for this Thursday, July 21st. If you can fit it into your schedules, the city will be hosting a ceremony to welcome our new piece of art. This sculpture loan project has been in the works for many years, and we are proud to welcome this piece of art to our greenway. The public art piece, Barred Spiral by Jeff Downing, will be celebrated. It's located at the Albany Greenway between Masonic and Washington Avenue, and the event will be at 2 p.m. on July 21st. We have had a really great response to our household hazardous waste collection event. All of the appointments were filled, and fortunately, the supporting agency, Stop Waste, was able to accommodate more appointments. So please take advantage of this relatively easy way to get rid of household hazardous waste. You can learn more on the website and also schedule an appointment, stopwaste.org/at-home. An appointment is needed to drop off the hazardous waste materials. A handful of updates from our Public Works Department. You cannot miss construction occurring out and about within the city. So a big thank you to all of our community members for bearing with us and pardoning our dust as we improve several different infrastructure projects. This includes sidewalks as funded through the parcel tax measure P1 back in 2016, and this funding continues to support a strong sidewalk rehabilitation program in town. We are currently on phase 1 of sidewalk repairs, and that work is scheduled to begin July 25th and run through October. The work consists primarily of concrete removal, concrete repair, and as needed tree work such as root pruning. Please be prepared for heavy equipment in the area where these sidewalk repairs will be occurring, and you can see the overall area posted on our website, including a project map. The repairs to our park surfaces are now complete. Again, thank you for your patience as we made sure those areas were once again playable and safe, and the resiliency of the playground material is now enhanced for additional playtime. And finally, an announcement again about National Night Out, which is quickly approaching on August 2nd. Visit albanyca.org/NNO for more details. At least by last week, we had 25 blocks signed up so far. So as you can tell, this is a very popular event, and usually city staff, accompanied by staff from both public safety departments, make it out to as many blocks as we can. So really looking forward to seeing this event back in action. That completes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager. If anyone attending would like to ask a question about or comment on the City Manager's report, please press your raise hand button. You will have 1 minute. If you are on the phone, please raise your hand by pressing *9 if I have it right. Sometimes I get mixed up on that. Note, this is for questions and comments on the City Manager's report only. If you have comments on matters not on the agenda, the time for those is next. In this and all comments and questions during the meeting, please address the council, not other attendees, and respect each person that has spoken. The council wants everyone to feel comfortable speaking and not be intimidated by others' comments or reactions. And before opening up, I will note there are about 25 attendees. And City Clerk, if you go ahead and admit the first person who has their hands raised. Hello.
Hello, Mayor Jordan. This is Jeremiah Garrett Pinguello. As City Manager, I have a couple questions for your report. I know you said pardon our dust during construction, but I'm wondering, is there some way to keep the dust down? Because I mean, I'm sure that could be under some safety part of the contract with these companies, you know, with some water. They could spray the sidewalk with water, or when they're using the saw to cut, you know, they got to be running some water to keep the dust down. That way the dust doesn't flow into our local businesses and things like that. You know, I do a lot of construction myself. When I cut tile, the tile cutter has a little drip of water. Also, is the sidewalks going to be ADA accessible?
Thank you.
Mayor,
I thought maybe I saw another hand up, but I see that it's down now. So thank you.
Don't. Yes, we have many standard conditions associated with the sidewalk repair projects. Really just a figure of speech more than actual dust that I was referring to.
Thank you, City Manager. And not seeing any other hands up, we will proceed to go to the city. This is for attendees to provide the council comments, information, and questions on an item that is not on the agenda. Please raise your hands now. By phone again is *9. By state law known as the Brown Act, the council cannot discuss items that are not on the agenda except under extraordinary circumstances. Rather, items raised may be referred to a future agenda or to staff for comment. I see there is one hand raised. City Clerk, if you could go ahead and admit the individual.
Yeah, thank you. I did ask a second question with the manager report is, are the sidewalks going to be ADA accessible? I didn't get an answer to that. It's really important. Also, I noticed another sidewalk in Albany on San Pablo on the west side that's not ADA accessible. There's a big wooden structure, bulb out, I don't know what you want to call it, mid-block, and that's not ADA accessible at all. So I'm wondering what's going on with that. Is ADA just not a priority for the city right now? It's kind of concerning. Also, I want to just let the city council know that 4th of July, I was at Memorial Park, and the men's bathroom, the ADA button does not work to go inside the men's bathroom. The door opens coming out, but when you push the button to go in, it doesn't open for someone in a wheelchair. So can we please fix that? It's really good to keep Albany ADA accessible. Also, on a much lighter note, I just want to remind the city council that there's a couple food banks open for any Albany residents. All you got to do is bring your ID with your address in Albany, and it's called the Berkeley Food Network. And that's located at 1925 9th Street in Berkeley. It's on the corner of University and 9th Street. And they're open pretty much every day except for Friday and Sunday. They're open every single day except for Friday and Sunday from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. And they're also open on Mondays and Wednesdays from 5 to 7 p.m. So if you get off work at 5 o'clock, you can still go to the food bank Mondays and Wednesdays. So I just want to let every single resident in Albany know that there's free food available. I mean, food is just so expensive right now. So Albany pays taxes, and it's the Alameda County Food Bank. So please try that one. There's also the Berkeley Food Pantry, and that one's really good also. Everybody gets 4 bags of groceries. 1 bag's full of bread, 1 bag's full of vegetables, 1 bag's full of meat, and the other bag's full of miscellaneous items. And that's located by the North Berkeley BART station, and it's open for Albany residents. So make sure to bring your ID with your Albany address. And they're open Monday, Wednesday, and Friday from 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. The address for that is 1600 Sacramento Street. And they're open actually Tuesdays for home delivery. So if anybody in the public wants to call 510-525-2280, they will actually deliver food to your house. That works for ADA people. So I encourage people to go to the food bank, get your food, and give it a try.
Thank you. Welcome.
I just have something short to say. And my husband has his hand up on his computer, but it doesn't seem to be recognized. So I'll ask him to come to mine just to tell you, I don't know what's going on. He's put it up and down and up and down, and you don't seem to see it for some reason. But anyway, what I wanted to say, and then I just have one sentence and then he can take over, is this, I came to the meeting late, so I don't know, I didn't hear the land acknowledgement, but in the past, the name LaShawn has been mispronounced, and I double checked with a Karina Gould recording. So I just thought you might be interested in knowing, and I will send the link out to the city council so you can get the correct pronunciation. And here's David.
Good evening. Sorry. A question. Was it legal to approve the 6-month service language in the city manager's agreement at the last city council session, since the municipal code 2-3.1 from 1958 was still in effect? In addition, I was expecting this discrepancy would be dealt with at tonight's meeting and included on the agenda to be dealt with. With this 1958 policy still in effect, what would have happened for whatever reason if the city manager was no longer employed by the city? I'm just really curious. I don't quite understand. Thank you.
Thank you. We can see if there's any other hands. Not seeing any. Bring it back to council. City manager, I don't know if you care to comment on ADA accessibility of sidewalk repairs.
Sure, Mayor. Yes, I've confirmed. Sorry for omitting that detail. Yes, they will be ADA, up to ADA standards throughout the project.
Thank you. And the city attorney, there was a question about legality of the order of actions that are taken.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. It is on the agenda. It is item 9-3 for consideration of the council to delete the reference related to severance. So that is before the council for consideration. And it is my recommendation, as you'll see when we get to 9-3, that the council moves forward with that and just handles that as it has in the past via contractual arrangement with the city manager, which is the standard for cities.
Thank you. This brings the meeting to the consent calendar. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. I apologize. I went off script there. Councilmember McQuaid has some good news for the city to share at this point.
Great. Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to mention and congratulate. We have 4 new Eagle Scouts from Troop 14. So I would like to congratulate Benjamin Cabanatuan, Alex Ferguson, James Mercer, and Benjamin Peluso Burns. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And thank you to the Eagle Scouts for doing the volunteer project that I know they need to do and have completed in the area. Now on to the consent calendar. Items on the consent calendar are considered to be routine by the City Council, will be enacted by one motion. By approval of the consent calendar, the staff recommendations will be adopted unless otherwise modified by the City Council. There will be no separate discussion on these items unless a council member or a member of the audience requests removal of the items from the consent calendar. Does any council member wish to remove an item? Yes, Councilmember Gary.
Thank you, Mayor. So 7:3, 7:8, 7:10, and 7:12. That's it. Thank you.
Just make sure I got that. 3, 8, 10, 12. Okay, very good. Any other council members? Not seeing any. And noting again, attendance has increased a little bit. I think it's up towards 30 now. Does any member of the public wish to comment on an item, either an item that has been pulled by the council, in this case, Councilmember Gary, or that they would like themselves to remove from the calendar? And please go ahead and comment once you do.
Hi, this is Jeremiah Garrett Pinguello. Yes, hi. 7-1 through 7-11, please.
Okay, please go ahead and comment.
So regarding the minutes, I'm looking all over the website, and I click view item details on 7.1, and then I click for the minutes, item attachments. I click item attachments, and then it says 7:05 minutes draft. And I press a little eyeball, and I'm looking, and I can't find the minutes, but maybe it's just my computer. So that's okay. I'll deal with some technical difficulties. We can move on to 7.2.
Very good.
I want to kind of combine 7.2 and 7.3 together because I'm just wondering where Berkeley Food and Housing is getting paid. Do they get paid monthly or weekly? Because I know City Council approved a what, 1.2 or 1.3 million dollars to Berkeley Food and Housing. So I was just wondering, do they get paid in just like a one lump sum, or do they get payments every month?
Very good.
Oh, should I move
Yes,
to 7.4
please.
or
Yes,
just wait
please.
for an answer?
Yep, please keep rolling along.
Oh, okay. Rolling on, we got it. So 7.4. Let's see, Commissioner Bainan was a great SEJC member. He was a high school student, a senior high school student. So he graduated, and now it's summer break and he's off to college. So I just want to say thanks, Will, for stepping up to the plate as such a young, that's pretty difficult, I guess, being such a young person on SEJC. So just want to give him some props. Then 7.5. So yeah, the 100th anniversary, the 19th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution. I was just wondering if someone, maybe Mayor, can just say a little bit more about that, please, about what the 19th Constitution is and why it's on the agenda. And then 7.6. So when are we going back to in person, and why is it still referencing? Because places are open without masks. There really isn't like a mask mandate. I mean, there was one city council meeting in person. What was that? April, May, or June? I forgot when it was, but we had one, and I was wondering when we're going to go back to in person and what that would take. 7.7. I was wondering the advertising this event, this wonderful triathlon. I was wondering if, is it going to be Parks and Rec involved? Is a Transportation Commission involved since we're closing down streets? And then also 7.8. The block grant. I was wondering
Can you wrap it up in a minute? I mean, a lot of items.
$116,000. Yeah, I can pull it off.
Okay.
Does that block grant come from the general funds, or what funds does that come? And then 7.9, what streets exactly? And then 7.10 and 11 kind of together. Is that just for the Masonic intersection? Also, is it with the water collection? The new water collection thing we're going to put in that was passed.
Okay, thank you. And now maybe first to address some of these questions, if possible, if staff has the answer, which, as always, understand if they don't have the answer on the spot. I will first offer that I was able to access the minutes through my machine, so that might be a local machine issue. There was a question about what is the payment frequency for Berkeley Food and Housing. I don't know if that information is readily available. If it's not, just please indicate it's not readily available.
Our finance director has her hand up, Ann.
Berkeley Food and Housing is paid as they bill us. It generally is within a month or two of service.
Thank you. And so we can obviously look for those in the costing reports that are put up with the agendas. Councilor McQuaid, you've been invited to share a little bit on the proclamation that you put forward regarding the 19th Amendment.
The 19th Amendment gave women the right to vote. I will make the caveat, of course, that that did not include all women, but at least it was a step forward. Native Americans gained the right to vote in 1924, Asian Pacific Islanders in 1952, African Americans and Latinx suffered voter suppression until 1965 or 75. And we certainly understand that voting rights are under stress across the country right now. I think that's all I need to say about that.
Thank you for saying all that. As far as when to back in person, I don't know if staff has any insight on that.
Sure, Mayor. We're continuing to monitor the circumstances and guidance from public health, looking to the fall at this point. It also takes some startup time on staff end. Luckily, we have practiced, if you will, with one meeting, so we're much more readily equipped and hoping to make that transition as soon as it's safe to do so for all involved.
Very good. And there was a question whether the Albany Triathlon will be publicized by the Recreation Department, if I understood it correctly.
Yeah, this is a community event. So really the city's role with regard to this community event is simply support through the request for the waiver for the permit fees and assistance with barricades. The triathlon folks would be the lead in the community engagement for the event.
Thank you. And there was a question about the source of community development block grant funds. Do those come out of city funds?
So the community development block grant funds are federal funds that are provided to the county and then allocated out to cities based on different projects. The city over the past few years has gotten approximately $45,000 for homelessness, for addressing homelessness, and has also gotten some money, I don't know the number off the top of my head, for ADA sidewalk compliance and construction of that.
Thank you, Finance Director. I apologize to the speaker. My notes ran out at that point. I know you made some comments on some of the other items. If you comment in the future, I'll try to remember and get back to that. So with that, we'll proceed to the items that Councilmember Gary pulled, which is 3, 8, 10, and 12. Councilmember Gary, if you have comments or questions.
So I just have a question for 7.3. I haven't seen the Shumi land tax for 28,000. Maybe I missed that. And so if the financial director can advise if that payment has been made based on the initiative that was brought forth.
Oh, I can already talk. Sorry. So yes, we are trying to get in contact with someone there so that we can get the information to send the check. So that is on the finance department to make that connection. That's why it hasn't gone out yet. We haven't gotten the information for who to send the check to.
And so just for clarity, so the finance department is trying to make contact with Karina or someone from her team to get the bank information or information to issue the payment, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Very good.
I'm sorry, I accidentally hit mute. I was still talking. Do you know what the timeline is? Like, has that been actively occurring, or what times has been in place for that to be issued?
As soon as we get the information, that check could go out within, we run our checks every Thursday to be sent out on Fridays. So it could be done, within a week or two.
All right, thank you.
Good. And you had a question or comment on 7-8?
I think Vice Mayor T hand up.
Thank you.
Oh,
I just
sorry.
wanted to note that we had another public commenter who had their hand raised when we were doing public comment on the consent agenda. So I don't know if we want to go to them before we go item by item for council stuff.
Okay. Thank you. I am. Okay. Hands are going up and down.
Yeah, well, it's because
yes.
it's because I had my hand up and then it got lowered because somebody started talking. And then I think once that happens to you, even if you didn't get to speak, it's like you disappear. That's my theory, because I had to, so I took it down and put it back up. I don't know. That's my theory about why suddenly I wasn't visible anymore.
Thank you.
And thank you, Vice Mayor, for noticing. I wanted to comment on the CDBG funds on 7-8. I would like to, I'm not quite sure when the conversation happened about how these funds will be spent, and maybe it was a meeting and I missed it, but I would like to see some of those funds go to universal basic income. I think any way we could do that in Albany, I bring it up every time there's money available, and every time I do it, it gets ignored, like the sugar sweetened beverage or the money we got from the government. It just doesn't seem to matter. I think Albany doesn't want to do that, but I think we should, because not only should we be addressing homelessness, but we should also be addressing housing insecurity or potential for housing insecurity. There are a lot of people low income who would really benefit. So I don't know, like, this decision seems to have already been discussed and made, and you're just voting yes, but I don't quite understand how that happened and whether the public had a chance to comment on it. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. And I see another hand raised. Welcome.
Hi, this is Britt Tanner. I am the speaking about item 712, which is the thermoplastic crosswalk that's being proposed on Cornell at Solano. I'm also speaking as the vice president of Albany's Pride, which is a parental engagement support group for parents or parents of children or parents who themselves are in the LGBTQIA community. And I just wanted to voice our support for this item. I thanked all of the city's help with our temporary crosswalks that we put in with chalk. We did that 3 times in 2021 and this year also. And it's been a very popular event, and I really like the permanence of putting this in with thermoplastic. The chalk lasts, less than a week before it starts looking really ratty. So I also happen to be a traffic engineer in San Francisco, and thermoplastic is the best way to do this. My only disappointment is it's a slightly not as prominent location as it could be. It would be preferable if it was something crossing Solano, but I will not pick hairs. I understand how this location got chosen and fully support it, and like how it will also improve the pedestrian conditions. And since someone else happened to mention this, let me also say, I think it was item 7.6. I like virtual meetings. If you do go back to in person, please make it so that I can stay at my house and comment remotely. Thank you.
Thank you. And I see, yes, welcome.
Good evening, Ken McCroskey. And I want to give a shout out for virtual meetings and the city being cautious. We're told that the cases are on the upsweep, and I appreciate that the city is proceeding with care. I also want to salute women voting and celebrating that amendment. And as to item 712, I'm personally interested in this project of the celebrating the diversity of our community. And as a transportation commissioner, I welcome analyzing this and helping give it public airing. Thank you.
Thank you. And so no other hands raised, so I'll bring it back to council. Councilmember.
So 7.8 was basically some of the sentiments that I had regarding the money that's been allocated. I guess I would like to know, what is the deadline to apply for the grant? When will the funds be issued? And as far as the $45,000 for homelessness, I would like, I requested some information from Berkeley Food and Housing to do some data research on what was presented when it was voted to give them 1 million. And I would have liked to see something for renters. So I would ask that we hold off unless the deadline for this grant is upon us and we need to move forward. But allocation of the funds, I think we need to hold off and have a thorough conversation of what this will look like for the city as a whole.
Thank you. I don't know if staff has any information they can provide in response regarding the timeline for community development block grant receipt and or utilization, and the process by which the proposed spending was derived at.
If Justin or Isabel is here, I don't know the deadline.
It's Jeff Bond. His hand is raised.
Good afternoon, or good evening, excuse me, council members. Jeff Bond, Community Development Director. I'm sitting in this evening for Justin Freed, who normally staffs the Community Development Block Grant Program for the city. I don't know exactly when the county will be taking action on this agreement, but I do know that all the cities in this collaborative are expected to pass this agreement soon so that the Board of Supervisors can approve it. It will become effective retroactively, so it's for this current fiscal year that just began a few weeks ago. As for the use of the funds, Isabel might be able to help if there's specific questions about Berkeley Food and Housing, but basically this is an allocation that we've been following for at least 3 or 4 years, I think, of providing some funding to Berkeley Food and Housing and using the balance of the funds for construction of curb ramps improvements, which meet the Community Development Block Grant Program. So this is essentially a continuation of our practices over the last few years. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll perhaps ask the follow-up question. So if this were to go over to September, would that constitute missing a deadline?
It could. Like I say, I don't know when this is scheduled to go to the Board of Supervisors for their approval. If we don't have an agreement in place in advance of that, I would suspect that they would move forward without us and the funds would be reallocated to other cities.
What documentation do you have that states what you are reiterating to us at this point in time? And if you have that, if you can share that with us. So just to make sure that we're on the same page and that we're in compliance.
I don't have any documentation with respect to when the Board of Supervisors will be taking action on the agreement. I do know, as stated in the agreement, that the effective date is July 1st of 2022. So there is some urgency to getting it in place so that we can receive those funds and then distribute them to Berkeley Food and Housing and to our contractors who are working on this curb ramps.
Thank you.
So Mayor, I don't know if you want to consider this. I would recommend that we go ahead and apply, but I think the allocations of the funds need to be discussed in more thorough setting. Like again, we just gave money to Berkeley Food and House. So I just need to know why what is behind giving them more when we've given them, and we have renters issues that could be, this funds could be used for to help renters that are in place in Albany that may be in danger of losing their housing. So I really would like to see something towards that and to implementation for that. But again, other than that, I will not be able to vote for this to move forward in the manner it is.
Councilmember McQuaid.
Thank you. I'm looking at the report. Am I and now I can't find it, but am I understanding that the money that comes from this grant to Berkeley Food and Housing is part of what we've already allocated to them? In other words, we're not adding more. It's simply part of the money we've already allocated.
So can there be documentation to support what you're stating? And again, I've asked for documentation on the data that was presented through the Berkeley Food and Housing presentation that I have not received. So if I can get that, I mean, that will help give clarity to me on what I'm voting for. and the money that's being spent towards Berkeley Food and Housing.
Let's see, the Assistant City Manager has joined.
Yes, hello. This is Isabel, Assistant City Manager. And when the contract for Berkeley Food and Housing project was approved by the City Council as part of that staff report under the financial considerations, it was mentioned that there would be, I think it was $90,000 of CDBG funding that would be applied towards the contract. This is something that the city has allocated to the BFHP contract since many years. We've been in contract with BFHP since 2013, and I believe we started providing CDBG funding towards the BFHP contract pretty early on. And also, if I may mention, I don't have the complete details, but CDBG funding is very restrictive. There's very specific usage for the funds, and there's only a certain percentage that can be allocated to public service. So the $45,000 per year that goes to BFHP is the maximum amount that the county will allocate to the city of Albany for public service. Everything, the rest of the funding has to go towards infrastructure such as curb ramps. But it's the funds are very restrictive.
Thank you. Then that begs the question that if that was the case and we knew about this funding, we may have been more cognizant of giving more federal funds to Berkeley Food and Housing if these funds were already allotted to them. I don't know. I without information in front of me and data to support this, I know this has been a long process that the city has continued to do, but I'm a little skeptical because, again, we have not addressed our renters. I know that's not on the agenda, but I just think the funds that are being allocated are being given too much. They're just giving too much of the funds from our regular funds and the art funds. And this, I mean, I just see that this entity is getting the majority of some of the funds that could be utilized here in the city to help those who are housed. So that's just my take. I don't want to continue to harp on this, but I'm just concerned. That's all.
Just from my clarity of understanding or misunderstanding, as the case may be. So my understanding is that the portion that is allotted to Berkeley Food and Housing was already presaged by the council's vote on the contract. And so it is not an addition to that contract. It is essentially a contribution that is a part of that contract. Should it go forward? Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know, can community development block grant funds be used for rent support?
I don't know. This is something we'd have to research.
Okay, thank you. And my understanding is that in order for the city to receive the funds as a part of the Board of Supervisors vote on the package, it has to specify how it would be using the funds. So we can't vote to accept the funds and decide how to use them later.
That's correct. We submit applications for the use of the funds to the county early in the year, and those applications are received by the county and reviewed, and then a contract is written by the county for the use of the funds as we applied for them.
Okay, thank you. Perhaps, so that 7-8 will be pulled for a separate vote. And with that, we can move on to 7-10.
Eric, can I say something before we move on?
Oh, sorry. I'm having a little trouble with my screen here. Please go ahead.
No worries. I just wanted to, Isabel and Jeff got to some of what I was going to say. Thank you. But I wanted to respond to the idea that the public commenter made, as I have a lot of experience administering CDBG funds when I was with the county. like as well said, they're very restricted in what they can be used for. And I think, so universal basic income, I don't think would fall under what CDBG is allowed to be used for. Interim rental assistance might, but I think there's a lot of hoops that would have to be jumped through to use these specific funds for that. Whereas we have other sources of funds like ARPA that we've talked about before that don't have those sorts of hoops and would be a better source. So I think this makes some sense. And as we've discussed, is sort of doing what we've already said we would do based on when we passed the Berkeley food and housing thing before.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So now moving on to 7-10.
Thank you, Mayor. So 7-10, I guess I just have questions on the process, the selection process of the management consultant. And reading the memo, I know it stated that it would be best to stay with the same consulting firm. But I do recall last year there was some concern from the community about using, at least analyzing or taking applications from minority contractors. So I wanted to see if that was explored. What were the other options? Who? And if it wasn't, why not?
So this is Mark Hurley, Public Works Director. So the process, so this is a sole source contract, and we did we're recommending Swinnerton because they're also doing the Albany Greenway intersection or signal project. That we selected them through a competitive process just earlier this year. When these projects converge, it really makes sense to treat them as a single project from a project management perspective. So we did go through a process. I think we got 3, maybe 4 proposals for it. I don't know the backgrounds of each of the firms that submitted proposals, but it was through a competitive process.
And is that, thank you so much for answering my question. Is that process something that continues to be like an ongoing process, or have you looked at other options? Go ahead.
So it's a case-by-case basis from projects to projects. What we've tried to do with some of the design services and give multi-year contracts so that we have some stability and can move things through. But we do go to a competitive process for the initial contract.
So let me just throw this kind of risk analysis question. When it comes to the current contractor that's already working on a specific project, what if for some reason, there's hazardous conditions or something that may cause liability upon the city? At that point, do you re-examine that consultant firm and possibly, do other options as far as selecting someone else because of the amount of liability that's been brought on by one contractor?
So absolutely, if a contractor is not performing for a variety of reasons and one is not catching, safety issues or things that bring liability to the city, that will be factored into a qualifications-based selection, the past performance. So yes, we would not go back to them.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. And I do see a hand raised just now. There might be a comment on this item. I'm not sure. City Clerk, if you could please admit the individual. Welcome.
Hi, I'm sorry, my hand was meant to be lowered.
Oh, okay. Very good. This section of the meeting is a little confusing with hands and items going back and forth. So that takes us on to item 7-12.
7-11.
So 7-11, my apology.
I have a quick question. I know that before us, this contract needs to be amended for another amount. I guess my question is, when the contract was initially written, was this something that we overlooked? Why wasn't this amount forecasted, or was it? If you can just give more details on why this amount has now come before us and help us to understand how we can prevent this from happening with forecasting or whatever the case may be, in order to make sure that this is not coming back to get additional funds from council. That's my only question.
Sure. So I can give you probably a higher level, and if we need more detail, we can bring in Allison, who's managing the project day to day. But a project like this for the Marin design was a complicated project, and the amendments that you're seeing, this is the fourth, are based on conditions that we experience in the field. So some of this, as we get into the project, we see an issue. In this case, it's storm drainage. What we were running into is that we can improve some of the storm drainage in the area, and that'll prevent some of the grading that we have to do to reach grade. So it's adding scope to the project to prevent us from having to do additional work.
Thank you so much.
And on my list, and maybe I wrote 12 instead of 11, did you also pull 7-12, or did I make a mistake?
No, I did also pull 7-12. Are you ready for that one? So
Okay.
I guess my question is, I know one of the participants stated that maybe I heard wrong, that she knew why this area was selected. So I guess I just need clarity on why this particular location for the crosswalk. It talked about the thermoplastic usage to construct the crosswalk. Were there any other options available, and why not? I know in the little research that I looked, there was another option that I compared the pros and cons versus on that. And also, are we adding this project to the committee's work plan? What is the timeline on that? I know we've still been waiting for the outdoor dining, and that hasn't come. So I want to make sure that, you know, based on the plan that's been presented to them, that will be in line and not take priority. Just questioning that. And then also, as far as the upgrading, the upkeep, that I know that's something that the Transportation Commission would want to look into, as well as the road survey as far as safety. And when it comes to this project, you know, is there a glare on this, that how would it alert drivers? It's going to affect drivers. Is it going to cause more risk? So I just have some questions that need to be answered in order for me to vote for this. Right now, I'm not comfortable without everything presented before me to vote on something like this at this time. And that's it.
Am I still on?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yes, please.
This is Mark Hurley again, Public Works Director. I can probably tackle a couple of these and then maybe need to hand it off. But in terms of selecting this location, we selected it because this is within the scope of the 2022 pavement project that's actually on the consent calendar. And if you look at the attachment, the plan set there, we take it up through this intersect or this crosswalk of the new pavement. And that's important because there's a 5-year moratorium on digging through this. And so what we didn't want to do is put the effort to put the crosswalk down, and then lo and behold, we have East Bay Mud, PG&E, or ourselves digging through it and then having to replace it. So that was the logic behind this location. And with respect to thermoplastic, that's a pretty standard crosswalk material, striping material, and it has a long life, and it's something that we do across the city. I don't know. Are there other?
So I have. So thank you so much for the location. So was the school district informed? Did they buy into this? Was the community, at least the residents on that particular street, were they surveyed and asked some type of input on what that would look like? Does that, you know, affect some visibility on their standpoint? So, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I may jump in?
Yes, please.
I did reach out to the principal of Cornell, got a very nice email back. Very, very supportive of it. I went into TATA today and talked to them about it. They thought it was a great idea. That's the school and the business that are the closest to it. That was as far as my research went. I'm sure if we want the Transportation Commission to go further, they would be able to do that.
Yeah, and I will note there was a question about process in terms of this going to the Transportation Commission and where this would reside relative to specifically the long-term parklet policy development.
They're done with the parklet. It's ready to come to us next.
Mayor, that item went through several advisory bodies, in fact, including Transportation Commission, Economic Development Committee, and Planning and Zoning Commission. It is anticipated to come back to the council in September.
Thank you.
So with the current, jump in here, with the current survey that's going on, have we identified if that's possibly one of the concerns by residents yet, or have we closed that survey? Where are we?
Survey, I'm sorry, regarding what?
The Safe Streets survey that we're getting? Maybe.
I'm having trouble hearing you. The survey regarding what?
Sorry, my window is open. The local road safety plan, the street survey that we're trying to identify what areas are hazardous and safety that need to be upgraded. Did I not see that go on?
Yes. I will leave it to staff to answer or indicate otherwise.
This is Jeff Bond, Community Development Director again. The survey should be wrapping up pretty soon. We will be making a presentation to the regarding a progress report, I should say, to the Transportation Commission next week on the local road safety plan. So if I believe it's still up and operational. I haven't checked in the last week or two. I'll double check that. But if there are safety concerns that people are unable to reach through the local road safety plan, you can also just contact our department directly. We'll have that incorporated as part of that process, and include, being able to make sure that people who are interested in it get notice about upcoming Transportation Commission discussions of the Rainbow Crosswalk if council gives us that direction to work on it.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm done. I have mine. If you can pull 7, 8, and 7, 12 as a separate vote, that would be great. Thank you.
Okay. On the Rainbow Crosswalk, will that be installed as a 444, which I believe is the standard, at least for crosswalks along priority sidewalks, which Solano is?
I would anticipate that the design of that would be part of the process that we would embark on. Essentially, this is the council's initiating a planning process, and what we would be bringing back to you is the conclusions of the commission and public comment for you ultimately to make a final recommendation. And exactly what the design might be is subject to that process, I would say.
Thank you. Yeah, I would just encourage consideration of 444 because it provides a thermoplastic-free route for people who are traveling on sidewalks as well as people who are traveling on the streets. And I know some people have had issues with thermoplastic, basically all colored surfaces on materials that can be placed onto asphalt being slippery when wet. Councilmember Gary.
Had a quick question. Could that have gone to the Transportation Commission first, because they have discussed this first and brought it to us? That way, so it's not so much back and forth. Just trying to see how we could streamline this better as far as processing, but just throwing it out there.
I don't know if it could have gone to the Transportation Commission before coming to the council, since it's not on the work plan, but I may be wrong about that. All right, well, I believe having reached the end of the discussion, if somebody would like to move the consent calendar less 7-8 and 7-12. Yes, Councilmember McQuaid.
I will make that motion, but I do see there are 2 members of the public with their hands raised. I don't know if we're done with public comment or exactly where we are.
Yeah, I'm a little confused. So one of the people raised their hand and then came in and said that they didn't mean to have their hand raised. So I don't know now whether they mean to have their hand raised or not. The other person commented extensively at the beginning of the consent calendar. So they've had their comment time. So I'm inclined to proceed.
Okay, then I will move consent with the exception of, you might have to help me, 7-8 and 7-12.
Second.
City Clerk, if you please poll the council.
So who's seconding?
Oh, sorry.
Councilmember Nason or Vice Mayor Tiedemann?
I think Councilmember Nason got the draw on that one.
Okay.
Thanks for checking.
Councilmember McQuay,
Yes.
Councilmember Nason,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Tiedemann,
Yes.
Councilmember Gary,
Yes.
and Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
So the motion carries.
I'll move 7-8.
Seconded.
7-8, which regards the Community Development Block Grant. Funding utilization has been moved by Councilmember McQuaid and seconded by Vice Mayor Tiedemann. City Clerk, please poll the council.
Mayor Jordan,
Yes.
Councilmember McQuay,
Yes.
Councilmember Nason,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Tiedemann,
Yes.
and Councilmember Gary.
Yeah.
I'll move 7-12. Second.
7-12 regarding design of a rainbow crosswalk across Cornell on Solano on the south leg has been moved by Councilmember McQuaid and seconded by Councilmember Nason. City Clerk, if you'd please poll the council.
Councilmember Gary,
Yeah.
Mayor Jordan,
Yes.
Councilmember McQuay,
Yes.
Councilmember Nason,
Yes.
and Vice Mayor Tiedemann.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you all. And with that, the meeting moves to the public hearing section. There's actually 3 public hearings this evening. The first one regards is a public hearing considering the adoption of the San Pablo Avenue specific plan and related documents, including amendments to the general plan and the addendum to the general plan environmental impact report, adoption of design guidelines and objective standards and community benefits, and first reading of ordinance number 2022-03 to adopt amendments to the zoning ordinance. City staff, will you please present the item?
Thank you, Mary Jordan. So I'd like to start the staff presentation, then I'll turn it over to our consulting team, Gene Eisberg of Lexington Planning, who is experienced land use planner, has done a lot of work in Albany over the years and has worked on specific plans for other cities as well. And her partner on this project, Jane Lynn with Urban Fields Studio. Jane is an architect and urban designer who also has a great deal of experience with specific plans in other areas of the East Bay. So just kind of give you a big picture, and I'll turn it over to Gene to give a detailed presentation. I think from my perspective, what we have today in terms of zoning is no longer really a functional tool. The zoning standards that we have for San Pablo Avenue, conditions have changed over the years. We're dealing with housing market changes that have changed, that are dramatically different than they were, essentially 20 years ago when our zoning ordinance was crafted. And in many respects, what we have in our zoning ordinance today dates back many decades to the 50s and 60s when we were first doing long-range planning in the city. As well as the changes in the housing market, we're also seeing changes in the commercial real estate market. And so the types of commercial development that might have been expected 20 or 30 years ago are simply not going to happen. So we want to bring our plans up to the current reality of the local economy. We also want to address urgent issues with respect to social and racial justice and can provide some standards and guidelines for providing multifamily housing that can serve a variety of people in the community and welcome new people into the community. And last but not least, there have been some dramatic changes to state law over the last few years that change how we process applications and have required us to take a much more challenging look at planning housing in the future. That is primarily through our housing element, which you'll be hearing more about next week at a special meeting. But for the purposes of this evening, we can say that this specific plan will be a key element to a successful outcome for the preparation of a housing element. So with that, I think what I'd like to do is turn it over to Jean for her presentation, and then she and I and Jane will be available to answer any questions that council may have. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, and good evening, Mayor Jordan and members of the council. So we're back tonight reintroducing the specific plan that we spoke about on a study session in March of this year. And I'm just going to recap the objectives of the project, the vision, the planning process and the timeline, and the various components of the plan. There's not so much new information tonight, but we have broken some things out. And so I'm going to highlight the changes since your last review in March. So just a reminder, the vision of the plan is to transform San Pablo Avenue into a walkable, transit-oriented mixed-use boulevard. This is established in the general plan and the general plan policies, but what the project does is recommend changes to the zoning ordinance, specifically around amendments to the zoning standards to help facilitate this vision. The planning boundaries extend from the city boundaries from Berkeley to El Cerrito, and then to the east and west to Keynes and Adams Street. In terms of community engagement, the bulk of this project has taken process during COVID. We did have a virtual open house with over 400 participants, which was really excellent, but primarily we used the Planning and Zoning Commission study sessions, over 10 study sessions and public hearings to discuss various aspects of the plan and work with community members. We did recently complete a tribal consultation on the project that I'll mention in a couple elements, and then public notice provided both for this meeting and for the previous Planning Commission meeting, which extended beyond the planning area. We noticed all of the tenants and occupants and owners with parcels in and outside of the planning area. And then lastly, we do have a project website for the project. This presentation is up on there now, but that project website indicates the process over time, the various draft documents, and it really is a repository for information about the project over time. Additionally, attached to the council packet tonight is what we've attempted to provide a comprehensive list of written comments that were provided on the plan over the course of the project. We've also received public comment tonight, which is on the agenda portion of the City Council city website. Some of those comments included concerns about the overall bulk of the standards, excuse me, the massing, the height transitions, the change from a daylight plane to an upper story setback, concerns about reductions in parking, and the overall amount of development that could ensue as a result of the plan. This is just a snapshot of that process over time, showing you the various topics that were discussed at the Planning Commission meetings over time, leading up to the study sessions in March with the Commission and the Council. And then on June 22nd, the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended that the Council adopt the plan and the related implementation. This is just a snapshot of the table of contents of the plan. So key chapters include land use, urban design, infrastructure and mobility, and an implementation section. And then for the convenience of the reader, we have a series of appendices that highlight the zoning changes. Of course, you'll need to look at the zoning ordinance for the most recent standards, but just to give an indication of how implementation is happening. There are several map amendments proposed under the plan and related implementation. This includes a general plan land use designation change specifically to the parcels between Washington and almost to Solano, based on the context of this area, recommending a change from the high density residential designation to the San Pablo mixed use designation. Additionally, we've added a major activity center at the UC Village and between Marin and Dartmouth, which really just emphasizes the development that's already taken place there and the potential catalyst that that development at UC Village provides. Because we need our general plan and our zoning to be consistent, this also means that we're recommending zoning map changes, again, to that segment of property between Washington and Solano, changing from R3 residential high density to San Pablo commercial. And then also indicating a northern node at the north end of, towards the El Cerrito boundary near the El Cerrito Plaza BART, and also a proposed amendment at the southern node, indicating that commercial node overlay at the southern node. So we end up with 3 nodes along the corridor. This map just indicates an update based on feedback from the Planning Commission, who wanted us to make sure that we indicate the current set of draft housing element opportunity sites on our potential development opportunity sites map. And so this is a snapshot of that map that would be added to the plan. And so the red hash marks are showing the draft opportunity sites for the 2023 through 2031 housing elements. That's the 6th cycle. And this doesn't mean that this is where development's going to go precisely. It just indicates locations where we may expect to see development in the next 20 years of the plan horizon. There was also a request from some community members as well as council members to indicate what these 5, 6, 7-story buildings could look like. And this was also a question that came up in public comment. We don't really anticipate that an 85-foot building would be 8 stories, more like 7 stories based on the height of that ground floor retail. And so we have added a series of images to the plan to indicate what these projects could look like. These are based on lot sizes. They are rather large, but they are 100-foot lot depth, which is stacked together, so up to 200 feet, which is similar to what we see in Albany. And so there's some examples of those 5, 6, and 7-story buildings from Oakland and El Cerrito. This slide highlights key changes since the council's review during the March study session, and so I'm just going to run through this list. One, we've clarified that the ground floor commercial development is required along the entire corridor unless a project site is developed as 100% affordable housing units. Second, we removed a policy that sought to expand the use of affordable housing in lieu fees, and that means the city would continue to prioritize on-site affordable housing to meet the city's inclusionary housing requirement. Third, we've expanded the northern node that's close to the El Cerrito boundary and the El Cerrito BART station to include the southeast corner of Brighton and San Pablo. That's the location of the current Goodwill site. And then we've relocated both the community benefits and the zoning changes. We pulled those out of the plan and highlighted them separately to be adopted by ordinance or resolution. We've also relocated the design guidelines and the design standards from the plan to a compendium document. And this is just intended to allow for more easily making changes over time. In terms of infrastructure and mobility, a key change based on feedback from the commission and the council was to modify the residential parking requirements. So now there is a zoning amendment that states there's a maximum of 1 space per unit and no minimum parking requirement. We've also added transit policies based on review by the Transportation Commission. And then lastly, following our tribal consultation, we're recommending in the plan an additional condition of approval about reviewing cultural resources for every development project in the project area. I mentioned the design guidelines and objective standards document. This document would replace the existing San Pablo Avenue design guidelines. It adds to that objective design standards, which for housing development projects under state law that are taking advantage of streamlining, these objective standards are what's required for review. And so this document allows the commission, the council, property owners, developers to understand what's expected during individual project review in terms of design. And again, adopting this document by resolution allows the city to more easily make changes over time, rather than having these amending the specific plan or amending the zoning ordinance. Other key changes and attachments in your packet. First are general plan amendments. So this is, as I mentioned, the specific plan is really rooted in the general plan in terms of its overall vision. But so the amendments are really limited to specific standards, increases in height, increases in FAR, and map amendments to support that specific plan vision and the general plan vision. There are no substantial policy changes proposed to the general plan. In terms of zoning amendments, these we provided in an annotated format. So if you look in the margin of that document, in addition to the red lines, which indicate the specific text amendments, in the margin in red, we've provided a bit of a breadcrumb or explanation for what that zoning change means. And that's because we tried to maintain the way that the current zoning ordinance is organized. It's actually organized very well. There's a lot of tables, but with tables in zoning ordinances means you have a lot of footnotes. And so in some sections, there are already 15 or 20 footnotes. And in our case, we've added more. And this is because we're trying to maintain the structure of the zoning ordinance and not make a whole bunch of changes to how it's currently organized, so that it can be continue to be used by staff, by developers, property owners, by the community, and by decision makers, how it currently is organized. Now, as a result, that means there are footnotes and exceptions to those general rules. So I do recommend looking at those annotations to help guide your review. In terms of community benefits, I mentioned that this is now in a separate document. This is a change to the staff report and what we recommend tonight. We're going to be recommending pulling that community benefits piece out for now, and we'll return with an ordinance instead of a resolution on community benefits at a future date. And then lastly, this is new since the council's review in March. We are providing the analysis required under CEQA. This is in the form of an addendum to the general plan EIR. This assesses whether impacts generated by the specific plan create any new or substantially greater significant impacts than what were already assessed under the general plan EIR. And so this evaluates all of the CEQA topics, but also includes technical studies on traffic, air quality, greenhouse gas emissions, noise, cultural resources, and utilities and infrastructure. And so you'll see those technical studies attached as appendices to the back of the addendum. The conclusion is that the specific plan would not result in any new or substantially greater significant impacts than those that were already identified and assessed in the general plan EIR, and that all of those general plan EIR mitigations would be required of projects in the specific plan. So the staff and Planning and Zoning Commission recommendation are to adopt 2 resolutions and 1 ordinance. Resolution 2022-87 is the general plan amendments and the addendum to the EIR. Resolution 2022-88. I'll show one more slide indicating a staff recommendation, but this resolution pertains to the specific plan and the design guidelines and objective standards. And then lastly, Ordinance 2022-03, which is the first reading of the zoning amendments, and we would come back with the second reading at a later date. So one change to the staff report, and this is an additional staff recommendation, are modifications related to Resolution 2022-08. So first, this is a recommendation to add text to the specific plan to indicate that a no net loss finding under Senate Bill 330. And this states that the plan aims to increase building height and FAR in the SPC zone, eliminate residential density, and replace the daylight plane standard with an upper story step back. These standards have the effect of increasing effective residential density and residential development potential for the planning area. As a result, the project is compliant with no net loss provisions of SB 330. And then second, to modify the resolution, first to update the title of the resolution to match the agenda, and second, to eliminate references to community benefits, as I mentioned earlier, that staff would return with a community benefits ordinance at a later date. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from council members? Councilmember McQuaid.
There we go. Thank you. Yeah, I have several questions. And I guess my first question, which isn't on my list, but what was the thinking behind changing it to an ordinance from a resolution as far as the community benefits?
Did you want me to jump in, Jeannie?
Sure.
The language related to the inclusionary housing requirement under the government code is required to be done by ordinance. So we wanted to just change the formatting of that into an ordinance rather than a resolution.
Thank you. I have several other questions, if I may. And these are just kind of general questions, some of which I think you have answered, but maybe I'd like to hope there's a different answer. Are there any requirements for EV charging stations as part of this specific plan?
So I can address that question. Through the council's work in adopting and modifying green building standards, we do have awaiting California Energy Commission approval, but we expect to have approval for a building code standard of 20% of the spaces being built ready for chargers, ready to charge, able to accommodate electric vehicles right away. And that can evolve over time as the as the mix of vehicles in the area change.
Okay, so that's just part of the green building ordinance. It doesn't have to change it here at all. Is that what you're saying?
That's correct.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Over the past probably 8 years now, I've always talked about being at least fiber ready and ready to install fiber. And I'm wondering, since this is a whole street the length of the city, does it make sense to do something with fiber to increase the public Wi-Fi?
I can address that as well. So this is as I understand your question, that would be more in the area of a piece of public infrastructure that would be part of the public right of way. This plan is mainly looking at private property and the zoning requirements that we would be imposing on future development along San Pablo. So right now, at least, we don't have anything on the books that requires wireless infrastructure in anything, although obviously it's all around us, and that just through market demand it's happening. I would expect that any new buildings that would be built would have the latest technology, whether it's wireless or fiber or what have you. Yeah, I think that if you're looking for a public improvement project, it's probably, it doesn't really belong in this plan as much as it might belong in say a capital improvement plan.
Thank you. Since we're not doing amenities, should I hold those questions till we get the ordinance? Would that make more sense?
I think we would appreciate hearing any questions or comments that you have, so that what we bring back reflects the council's direction.
Okay. Public art's considered in this plan as an amenity. And I'm wondering if that's only because it says it must be on site rather than paying the in lieu fee. Is that why it's different than just the regular public art ordinance?
That's correct. So the idea is that you would be required to put it on site if that's the amenity that you're choosing. And the thinking was that it's really just helping with placemaking, a way to make the project more unique and establish some visual interest at the ground level.
Okay, that's what I thought, but I just wanted to clarify. And it talks about all electric as being an amenity, but hopefully we're going in that direction anyway. And at that point, that would be taken out. So it's sort of a placeholder right now. Is that a fair way to look at it?
Exactly. We would expect that once the an all electric ordinance is adopted, that some of these, that's an example of something that would change over time.
Great. I hear concerns about the height of the buildings, and what reassurance can we give people that we're not looking at Manhattanizing San Pablo Avenue? I think part of the problem is height. It's difficult for people to translate to floors. And then with density bonus, how does it all play in so that we end up with something that is really what we want?
This was something that we discussed a lot at the commission. And early on in our discussions, we had proposed the idea of a local density bonus program to basically keep density and height where it is right now, and to establish a local alternative to state law to allow more control over the maximum amount of height. We dispensed with that for a couple reasons. One was because we are moving ahead with in sort of tandem with the housing element, as I showed on that graphic. A lot of the housing element sites are on this corridor, and we really couldn't keep the densities and heights where they were and meet the regional housing needs assessment and make an assumption that a number of sites would build out with the local density bonus program. The issue with state density bonus is we do have less control. So even at 7-8 stories, a project could come in and request a density bonus, and up to 50%, or if it's an affordable, 100% affordable housing project, even more height, and we could end up with a much taller building. However, one thing that we have showed in the plan, and Jane Lynn may want to weigh in on this more, is that we're really at 85 feet. We're really tapped out in terms of the height of wood construction. Beyond that point, we're looking at a change in building type, which really changes the economics of a project. we don't see right now a lot of 9, 10, 11-story buildings because it just doesn't tend to pencil. Once projects get to 18 stories, 19 stories, 20 stories above, the economics tend to work out better in favor of a steel building, for example. So, I can't totally put the crystal ball on this, but we're just not really seeing that 9, 10, 11-story development. And so your other question related to the translation of stories and height, I mentioned when we're looking at those 85-foot examples in Oakland, those were 7-story buildings because we do see a taller floor on the ground floor and our design standards will require that. And so in that 85-foot building, we expect to see a maximum of 7 stories, with setting aside the state density bonus law potential for increases in height.
Another question that we've seen a lot is another concern we've seen a lot is the lack of daylight plane. And I know that there's it's now a setback, but could you explain that a little more for possibly the people that are watching? What's the difference between a setback and a daylight plane?
Yes, and I'll just start and then maybe pass it on to Jane. But if we kept the daylight plane where it is right now, the starting point, we would not be able to achieve the 5 or 6-story buildings. The daylight plane would cut right through where we anticipate our building to go. So we've changed it to an upper story setback, which is sort of another way to look at it is lifting the daylight plane. We've lifted the starting point of the daylight plane. So the idea is to reduce the apparent massing from the ground level to reduce that apparent mass so it doesn't appear so big when you're standing on the sidewalk. But it is a change we recognize from a daylight plane to a upper story setback.
I might add that we did quite a bit of site testing and modeling and looking at what the daylight plane is limiting. And it really does, it's a very blunt tool for this purpose. So if we want to achieve anything larger than 3 or 4 stories, which is actually it's very much 3 stories only. If we want to have anything larger than that, we really need to reconsider how to regulate the building massing with another tool. So the daylight plane is just one of those tools that is relentless in chopping the buildings down in terms of height.
Okay, thank you. And one final question. And I think it's, well, let me just ask a question. There's a change on Canes between Washington and Solano, and I don't think I quite understood what that change is and why that is different in that block or half block.
So the proposed change is a change in both the general plan land use designation and in the zoning. And the effective change does increase the potential height and the potential density on those parcels. And the idea was, one, those parcels have very good access to our primary node at Solano and the commercial amenities and services on Solano, but 2, that the context both on the sites themselves, there are existing high density housing on some of those sites, and there are opportunity sites that have real potential. There are existing parking lots, there's opportunities for development, and then likewise across the street on Canes, it's primarily higher density housing. So the context made sense in terms of what's on the ground now in terms of compatibility.
Okay, thank you very much for all your answers.
Questions from other council members? Yes, Councilmember Carey.
Thank you, Mayor. I have one quick question. Thank you so much for your presentation. I know in the beginning you stated that the plan was to address racial equity and economic diversity. Can you elaborate more on that? And why is there only one affordable unit? Why haven't we increased that? I would have liked to see that because I don't know, I can't remember if I spoke about that last meeting or what, but I just want to know why we just fixated on just having one if we're trying to address racial equity and economic diversity. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. So there's nothing about this plan that precludes any another significant affordable housing project in the city. And I think, in fact, with these zoning changes, it's much more likely that we'll be able to attract a nonprofit housing developer to look at some of these sites and make another investment. similar in scale, if not larger, than the project that we have underway at Cleveland and Washington. So this is I think the best opportunity to lay the groundwork for more fully affordable housing. With respect to market rate housing, this city has built very little rental housing, multifamily rental housing in the last few decades, with the exception of Belmont Village, which is not really in the same realm. Just by creating some rental housing, we first provide opportunities for people who want to come here. Yes, it will be expensive, but it's certainly less expensive than buying a house in Albany. And also, most economists would agree that there is a trickle-down effect, and that as more housing comes into the marketplace, some of the existing housing rents will adjust downward slightly. So the problem that we're facing in the East Bay is we haven't been building, so those market rents haven't been softening as much as we needed to be able to accommodate households that have modest incomes and missing middle type of incomes. So I think this is a really important step towards bringing both real fully affordable housing projects plus improving market conditions for the market rate projects.
Do you have any other questions, Councilmember Gary, or those that answer your questions?
I mean, thank you for answering the questions. I just don't understand why we just have one. I mean, why can't we have two or three? This is a big project. So, I mean, I know you broke it down on this could be the start of what's to come, right? But, you know, why can't we start with more versus less to kick this off?
All we need to do is to buy some property. That's really, we were able to kickstart the Saha project because we own the property and we were able to bring in a developer. So for the privately owned parcels, there are really two choices. Either the private property owner decides on their own to partner with an affordable housing developer, or we acquire the property and then invite affordable housing developers to make proposals to us. So both of those options are certainly available. And I think we would be enthusiastic to bring something like that back to the council to further develop a program. But we really need the zoning in place to be able to advance it. And that's what we're trying to do right now.
Okay, thank you. I don't know if Councilmember Nason or Vice Mayor Tiedemann have any questions? No? Okay. You mentioned there's a nexus with the housing element and the assignment of planning for more residences by regional government, well, from the state through the regional government to Albany. How many additional residences is Albany required to plan for in that 8-year time period?
1,114 units of housing.
Okay. And could that to my knowledge, which may be wrong, I believe state law now allows essentially 8 residences to be built on every R1 lot. My understanding is that a R1 lot can be duplex essentially by right now. It can have an ADU and a junior ADU by right, and it can be split if it's more than 2,400 square feet.
Theoretically, yes. As a practical matter, I don't expect something like that to happen. It's for Albany, by Albany standards, I think and we're starting to see these. We're starting to see 2 ADUs in a residence. We might for the larger lots maybe see a lot split, but I think for the most part we've kind of begun to get a multifamily housing in the sense of a single family home with 2 ADUs. That will be the primary thing that we'll be seeing.
And so is that, I mean, I know the housing element isn't in front of us, but because it has a nexus with this, and certainly my position on this, what did that analysis find in terms of likely housing production in R1? So
in order to successfully complete the housing element, we have to convince HCD that we'll see our housing opportunity sites are realistic. And for R1 single family types of neighborhoods, what HCD is accepting as a realistic forecast is essentially what's happened in the past. So even with changes in state law, such as this SB 9, which is the most recent one, or the changes in ADU laws, which are really more applicable to what we're experiencing, even if we
oh, is it Director Bond or is it me? Director Bond.
Yeah. Did I lose?
Yeah, a little bit of a freeze there.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're back.
Okay. I'm sorry. I was saying that in order to, I'm sorry if I'm repeating myself, but in order to convince HCD that we can meet our housing element requirements, we can only use the number of ADUs that we've historically been generating over the last few years. So even with changes in state law, they're not accepting a bigger number into the future other than past trends, which means to solve the problem of 1,114 units of housing, we do have to look to multifamily housing and the higher density residential districts such as St. Pablo Avenue.
So what has the production of ADUs been approximately over the last few years, if you know, plus, 10, 100 a year, 10 a year?
Plus or minus 20.
Okay. So over 8 years, that'd be 160.
Right.
I mean, if it continued on at the rate it's been going. And HCD, that's a state agency. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, what it stands for.
Housing and Community Development.
Okay, thank you. And if Albany can't, or if Albany doesn't credibly plan for its housing allotment, what happens?
Ultimately, we would begin to see that we're ineligible for certain types of grant programs, even if it's not, even such as transportation planning grants often will require cities to have a compliant housing element in order to apply for the grant. And furthermore, these days, the state attorney general is prosecuting some of the cities that are moving the most slowly. I can't imagine that we would be in that category. But I think the first and most immediate pain that we would feel would be unable to get some of the grants that we use on a regular basis.
Some of the concern that's been expressed is for a wall of buildings along San Pablo. Is that, I mean, looking at Berkeley, for instance, which I believe has a 50-foot height limit along San Pablo, I don't see that there. Is there any way to rate the probability of ending up with a wall of buildings in Albany should this pass?
Well, Jean Eisberg showed a graphic that I thought, maybe she can bring that up again. There's over 20 years, we see maybe a half a dozen development sites probably. And while that would change the character of the street, I wouldn't characterize it as a wall. And those economic uses that continue to be viable along San Pablo Avenue will stay the way they are. And yes, those more underutilized properties hopefully will become housing sites for people. So yes, thank you. Looking at this as an example, perhaps Mechanics Bank as an example might be a site that someday becomes housing. It's certainly a successful bank. Banking is changing. The auto repair, it used to be Goodyear, and I'm forgetting the name of the car repair shop now at Brighton and San Pablo is another example of a place where I could imagine that a future project would come along. But these are going to happen every 4 or 5 years, probably, not instantaneously by any means. So I wouldn't characterize it as a wall of housing along San Pablo Avenue.
Thank you. And if stop share could occur, because I can't see. Thanks. Thank you very much for sharing that. Unless there are any other questions, I will officially open the public hearing regarding the San Pablo Avenue specific plan, the general plan amendments, the zoning amendments, and the EAR addendum. I see 5 hands raised at the moment. There are about 20 attendees at this point, 23 attendees. City Clerk, if you go ahead and admit the first attendee who raised their hand. Thank you.
Mayor, just to confirm, 3 minutes. There are 2, 4, 6, 8 hands now.
Yes, I'd say 3 minutes apiece. It's often occurs that people don't use our full 3 minutes, I find. So we need to limit it, but thank you for asking. I appreciate the clarification.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. This is Nick Pilch, Chair of the Planning and Zoning Commission, but speaking on my own behalf. Jean Iceberg gave you a great overview. Thank you for all her work and her firm's work. I see Jane Lynn in there as well, and the work of all the staff. The changes suggested tonight seem administrative and fine. I am thrilled this is finally coming to the council. When I was on the Planning and Zoning Commission, before I was on council, El Cerrito's specific plan came up, San Pablo Avenue specific plan came up, and I was very intrigued. I supported El Cerrito's efforts, and then it saw its fantastic success in the past number of years as El Cerrito has built a great deal of new housing and revitalized those parts of the San Pablo Avenue corridor. I spoke to council and staff about my enthusiasm for a specific plan for Albany over the years, and I referred staff to state funding for the development of one. Staff then stated their intention at some point to work on it and take advantage of that funding, and I was glad. And I was lucky to be able to work on this plan, both as and advocate for it, both as a council member and now again on the Planning and Zoning Commission. And I'm overjoyed that it's in front of you. I think it's a good plan. There's only one thing that I would change at this point. I would increase the nodes, or rather, I would combine the Solano Avenue and the southern node into all one big long node. This area is ripe for some of the densest development. We have part of the corridor that's across from the field, the research field, and the farm, which could support dense housing. We have the Albany Village single story mart. Sorry, I'm forgetting its name. Where there's a through block. Where the property goes all the way through the block, a great place for a lot of density. And we have the UC Village development, which already has brought some density at these at the senior housing. So I think we should expand the nodes, or I would have from Solano Avenue all the way south be one long node with more density. I wouldn't say that I wouldn't use the term trickle down, but I'd say that there's almost universal agreement that the supply constraints that we put in place over the past tens of years have directly caused the high rents and high home prices that we're experiencing now. And so, yes, we need all sorts of housing, market rate and affordable housing. And the housing element will be coming along too, and you'll have a chance to open up all of Albany to affordable housing developments if you so choose, including the single family zone areas. So thank you for your time, and I very much support this plan. I hope you pass it tonight.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, I have a few comments and questions. My comments, when you use the term affordable housing, this comes up a lot. I think you mean 80%. I'm not sure. But I would like to see housing that actually is deeply affordable. And I know that I think maybe the mayor used the term fully affordable, but I'm not sure what you mean. I'm thinking people who are extremely low income or low income versus people who are, I don't know, medium income. And so anyway, I'd like a better explanation of what affordable housing is. And is there going to be any, I know that for the arena, we're required to do some extremely low and low income. And is that included in this, or is it not included? Because it seems like in the past, we haven't successfully done that. I'm concerned about the lack of parking. The no parking, there's a no minimum requirement. And so therefore people who need to have a car because they work the midnight shift, because they're a person with disabilities, because of all the reasons that somebody might have, they have lots of children, whatever it is, they won't be able to rent these even if they're the affordable housing. I've brought this up at other meetings too. It concerns me. And I'm wondering, since you probably aren't going to change this, if there would be, could be residential parking permits that would not cost any money, because that kind of cancels out, you know, I mean, I'm trying to support people with lower income. So would they be provided that residential parking permits for people and spaces that were reserved near the housing so that people could use them? I also had a question about, let's see, I'm trying to read all my notes here. Reviewing the cultural resources. That was the last item on one of the slides. I'm not really sure what that means. I was wondering if you could explain that, how that's reviewed. The public art, I wonder, is that going to be done by the art committee? Some of the art, I'm not impressed with some of the art that's been chosen and money has been spent on. I'd like to know who's going to decide on that art. How many seconds I have left? Okay. And I think the public should have a say over that. Oh, I know. My last question is building ADUs. How much on an average do you know how much average people spend on ADU? My impression is they're very expensive to build, which means that people who build them have a lot of money. And then how much are they being rented out for? So they may look like they're increasing our housing stock, but I'm assuming they're increasing our housing stock at market rate and not affordable. But I don't know if that's really true. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi. My name is Yvette, and I didn't exactly plan to speak tonight. I zoomed in, even though I live in Berkeley, but I live 1 block away from Albany. So what I was hoping to hear tonight was that Albany might kind of lead the way for reasonable and sane accommodations to existing homeowners to codify some kind of recognition of the people who already live here when they are facing these big looming projects. And I'm sorry that I'm not hearing that. There's a big difference on San Pablo, west versus east. I live in a single family home. I do not hear anything about these developments addressing the homelessness crisis. And I would like things to be affordable, not just market rate. Teachers, civil servants. I was hoping to hear that Albany was going to codify some kind of standards that Berkeley has not done for adjacent neighborhoods. And I'm wondering why the community benefits portion of this has been tabled to a later discussion, because I think that if people are going to give up light, privacy, traffic needs, safety needs, parking needs, there ought to be some good community benefits, and I'd like to hear about them. I'm sorry this is so disjointed, but thank you for hearing me.
That is quite all right. Thank you for commenting. Welcome.
Hi. In the past, I've offered many comments regarding the shortfalls of this planning process. As it winds down, I want to comment on just a couple of aspects. I sent an email this morning to the council, but I'm summarizing my comments. I think some of you got it, but for some reason it was never posted. My main comment is that the proposed San Pablo Avenue specific plan, and really much more importantly, the proposed revisions to the general plan, will have a significant adverse impact on the neighborhoods immediately adjacent to San Pablo, namely Keynes and Adams. This impact was never evaluated during the planning process. Early on, we were told that the consultants would be preparing three-dimensional models, but this never happened. It would be appropriate, and I would consider it absolutely necessary, to evaluate the aesthetic impacts on the surrounding neighborhoods as part of the environmental impact review. The EIR prepared and certified for the current general plan and evaluated the impact of that plan on aesthetics, and noted that, quoting from the EIR here, aesthetic conditions are regulated in various sections of the general plan and municipal code. The certified EIR cites standards for building height and placements, which are intended to, again, quoting from the EIR, preserve views, maintain light and air, and protect the aesthetic quality of the city and the surrounding neighborhoods. The EIR significantly calls out the city's daylight plane regulations. Based on these considerations, the EIR concluded that the general plan policies ensure that the development will, and one more quote, will fit within the scale and design of existing neighborhoods and will not adversely affect the visual characteristics of adjacent areas. The proposed revisions of the general plan and the municipal code completely change the standards for building height and placement and eliminate the daylight plan requirements. Clearly, the city can't rely on the previous general plan EIR to assess the impact of the proposed revisions to the general plan on the neighborhoods adjacent to San Pablo Avenue. Remarkably, the city is proposing only an addendum to the original EIR. Addendums are appropriate where there's only minor technical changes to a certified EIR. That's not the case here. The city is proposing major changes to the general plan, the changes that were not contemplated by and therefore not evaluated in the original EIR. CEQA law requires that whenever there has been substantial changes with respect to the circumstances under which the project is being undertaken, a new CEQA review must be completed. That's Public Resource Code section 21166B. Albany must prepare a subsequent or supplemental environmental impact report which assesses the impact on the neighborhoods surrounding San Pablo Avenue. And regarding we always take shots at, one more comment, we always take shots at daylight planes. We should remind ourselves that both Berkeley and El Cerrito, which we often like to compare ourselves to, have daylight plane requirements. Thanks.
Thank you. Welcome.
Oh, am I on? Okay. Got my notes right here. So the presenter said something about the sun, about some sort of setback on a third story. I just want to make note that the sun moves all year round. You know, it moves a little bit more north, a little bit more south toward the equator. So I'm wondering, you know, did you do studies every single month? Or did you just do studies one time out of the year? And, oh, well, that's the sun. That's where the sun goes up. No, I just want to make that note that the sun moves all year round. Also, since San Pablo Avenue is a California state highway, it is actually a state highway, number 123. And I'm pretty sure that Caltrans has a lot of jurisdiction on the state highway. And so I'm wondering how much involved is Caltrans? Has the city of Albany reached out to Caltrans? You know, maybe there's some funding from Caltrans. Hello, right? So maybe there's some money from Caltrans. I hope we investigate that. And so here we are planning for more housing on San Pablo. More housing on San Pablo and more housing on San Pablo. Even more housing on San Pablo. The rise of pedestrians crossing San Pablo is only going to go up. So we need to make crossing San Pablo a lot safer. And I was just driving down San Pablo, and half the crosswalks don't even have a sign. Half the crosswalks don't even have a pedestrian sign saying there's a crosswalk even there. I mean, that's just really unsafe. Can you imagine all the students that live on Albany Hill trying to cross the street to go to high school? So we need to make San Pablo a much, much safer place, especially if we're going to be planning to have more people live there. You know what I'm saying? So I remember what, 2-3 years ago, I suggested at a city council meeting that we need to have crosswalk signs because there used to not be any on San Pablo. Remember that? All the way from Berkeley boundary to El Cerrito, there was not one pedestrian sign on San Pablo. But yet I kept making my public comment and finally a few went up. So we need to see more on single crosswalk, please. And is San Pablo going to be metered? And are in all this planning, are we planning on building a homeless shelter for the homeless? How about that? A homeless shelter in Albany.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello. Am I speaking? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I have a question about the change in the zoning districts. It was mentioned briefly, but I'd like a little more detail about the change to the Goodwill property at the corner of Brighton and San Pablo. It looks like on the zoning district map that it was pink before, and now it's got little hashtags on it. And what is that change going to mean to that property in terms of potential development? Because we have Albany Bowl being developed across the street. And I would like to echo the concern that there seems to be a disconnect between this vision of a bike and pedestrian San Pablo and the reality that this is a state highway and a major thoroughfare with a lot of big trucks that go up and down it and just a lot of traffic. And somehow all those people in the Albany Bowl, and if the change to the Goodwill store amounts to another gigantic building there, that crossing is a real concern to me. So I'd just like to know what that change is going to mean there. Thank you.
Thank you. And just a note, I've noted your question and we'll take up questions with staff potentially of note after comment. Welcome.
Hi, Ken McCroskey. I'm really glad to see this plan and want to thank everyone involved with producing it. It's a framework for moving forward. May not be exactly the way I would want it, but it's a framework and we'll work out more of the details going forward. I feel that we're in a housing emergency. I can't hire contractors to work on my house who actually don't live in the Central Valley. I grew up in a city that I couldn't afford to buy a house in after college. And I unwittingly settled here in Albany. And now my kids are not going to be able to afford to buy a house in Albany when they graduate in a few years. This is not ideal. I would like them to come back and be part of the community, and they can't do that. I welcome changes to the city going forward that allow it to expand and grow and change over time. I think that's healthy. And I also welcome a look at similar density on Solano near my house, where we have plenty of single-story buildings. And in conclusion, I just want to reiterate, cities do best when they're allowed to grow and change. And I look forward to seeing that in Albany with this plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, good evening. Ian McLeod. I'm on the Planning and Zoning Commission, speaking on my own behalf. Yeah, I just want to say that I really support this plan. You know, I would have pushed it a little further in some respects, but it is really a consensus amongst all of us on the commission, and I think it's an excellent plan. You we're in the middle of a housing crisis, a homeless crisis, a climate crisis, and adding density to San Pablo and Albany helps address all of those things. So it's kind of a multi-pronged response or to a multi-pronged problem. I think it's just great for Albany to provide more opportunities for more people to live here. I think it's an economic benefit to us. I think it's helps in our diversity to have more opportunities, different living options for people to be here, from smaller apartments to maybe 3-bedroom apartments, and providing more options. I think it's just great. Regarding the housing element, I think the specific plan and the housing element have to work together. We can't really meet our housing element goals without approving this specific plan. Some say, oh, this specific plan provides for more housing than we need, but that's not really true because the specific plan has about a 20-year time frame, 25-year time frame. The housing element has an 8-year time frame. So not all of the housing on San Pablo is going to be built all at once. It's going to come, 1 or 2 per year, maybe. It took El Cerrito about 5 years after they approved their specific plan for major projects to start showing up. I think it takes developers sometimes that long to prepare the plans and make them ready and, be able to submit to the city for those. I would remind us that we have a 15% affordable housing inclusion ordinance in the city. So the more housing that we approve and get built, it creates more affordable housing for us. So bigger is better in this respect. I think the height limits we have proposed along San Pablo are perfectly reasonable, a good urban, a very good urban height. It's not out of character for San Pablo. It's a wide boulevard. It can certainly support these heights. And then I support, lastly, transit-oriented development. So reducing parking, better transit, better bike rooms, better bike infrastructure, more walkability. I think it all works together, and it's a vision for the future that we should support. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello. I feel that there are many, I'm Christina and I'm on Adams Street, and I feel there are many concerns and flaws with this plan as proposed. First of all, in the presentation this evening, it's misleading to say that the zoning ordinances have been in place for decades and unchanged. It was revised in 2016, which had a specific impact on residents on the 2 blocks east and west of San Pablo Avenue, specifically Adams and Keynes. The pictures in the drawings and the plans have beautiful views of San Pablo Avenue, and the buildings look absolutely gorgeous. But there are conveniently no projected views seen from the residential side of both streets, from Adams and from Keynes. The impact is not evidence from the pictures shown only from San Pablo Avenue. And saying that the wall of housing on San Pablo will not be impactful does not consider the residents on the east and west side of San Pablo Avenue, of Keynes and Adams. Lifting the daylight plane is also ridiculous because it provides a way to build taller buildings. It actually ends up blocking more daylight to nearby residences. I live on the west side of Adams Street, and if a 6-story building is built across from us, we will be very significantly impacted, my neighbors and I. For one thing, we will not see the sun until after 10:30 in the morning, whether it's in the winter or the summer. The noise and congestion from added people and cars will also be extensive. For those of us who live on the east side of Adams, a 6-story street will be right in their backyard. All the residences living on Keynes will be impacted the same way, and although not quite as severe, residences on Stanage and Madison will also be negatively impacted. I request that you reconsider the significant impact of this proposal that will have on Albany residents who live in adjacent areas. The EIR addendum finds that the specific plan would not result in any new or statistically great significant impacts. than those previously identified, and this just simply is not true. Consider spreading the impact as suggested by a speaker at the last Planning and Zoning Commission meeting that suggested to change the zoning laws to allow multiple units on all Albany lots rather than just on San Pablo Avenue, and possibly provide incentives to homeowners to add ADUs or increase their heights. Consider focusing the proposal of these high multi-units in areas less residential impact, such as the city offices, the block with city offices, or the university property. The prior building projects along San Pablo Avenue, contractors received numerous incentives and lower fees due to proposed, I'm not sure if I'm cut off, inclusion of low-income housing. These low-income units were never realized and the incentive and fees were never revised.
Thank you.
What enforcements are in place to ensure that this happens? Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other hands raised, we'll bring it back to council. I don't know if staff would like to. I see staff has been taking notes. I don't know if staff would like to address some of the questions that have come up, or would prefer council to pick up whatever questions that council wishes.
I think I'd prefer that council pick up the questions that you'd like us to address.
Very good. Yeah, I will go ahead and scan through my notes for various questions. There's a question: is extremely low income residences that are affordable to extremely low income, are those included in the plan? And also a related question: what are the categories? How are the different categories defined of affordability and income?
Thank you. Yes, so this plan doesn't change our existing affordable housing requirements, which is that 7.5% of the units are required to be very low income, and another 7.5% are required to be low income. So very low and low, for a total of 15% of the units being affordable. And if the council wished to change our zoning ordinance, we would be happy to pursue that. Under relatively new state laws, we do have to go to the State Housing Community Development Department again for a change like that, because at a certain point, that increasing the affordable housing requirements ends up being a disincentive for private development, and the net outcome is, instead of getting more housing, we don't get any housing. So there's a tipping point someplace, depending on who you ask in the analysis, around 15 or 20%. There is some discussions among planning directors and community development directors in Alameda County about collaborating with ABAG on doing a study like this that we could take to HCD. That's just a very preliminary stages, but that is something that if we have the opportunity to do, I think I would bring that recommendation to you.
Thank you. And again, in my habit of trying to reflect back what I heard to make sure I heard it, 7.5% very low income, 7.5% low income. And how are those defined?
It's defined as 50%. So very low income is 50% of area median income adjusted for family size, and then low income is 80% of area median income.
Thank you. There was a question about reviewing cultural resources. Just does that ring a little more explanation on what that entails?
So we did consult with, through our consultant, consult with the, it is the, let me get the name of the organization. There's a clearinghouse run by Sonoma State University. It's the California Historic Resources Information System. Through our consultant, Rincon Consultants, we did reach out to them. They provide information that is kept confidential because this is a very sensitive, that we want to protect these areas from people, treasure hunting or something like that. So it is considered confidential information that we don't make public, but we do review that. We have reviewed that with Karina Gould, and we'll continue to keep an eye out for, as projects come along, revisit that. Our proposal is to revisit that with Sonoma State, so to make sure that we have the latest information as projects start construction.
And I guess my question would be, would a representative of First Peoples be consulted at the time that a specific project comes along and that review takes place?
We would, at the time of the review, and if we feel is in collaboration, discussions with them if warranted, to be present during construction activity, particularly any sort of grading and earthwork. In some cases, that's a prudent step to have someone there during those sensitive moments in construction.
Thank you. There's a question about the public art that is, if this plan is adopted, would be required to be on site. Who chooses what that art will be? The same as with the design of a building, the applicant would make a proposal to the city. We would review that with the Arts Committee and ultimately the Planning and Zoning Commission would essentially fold that into the design review of the project. Thank you. I guess related question in the context of the housing element, and feel free to demur on this one. How much does it cost to build an ADU, and are they being rented out? I don't know if the city has any data on either of those, but
I could guess that we don't collect data on construction costs. We use some rules of thumb that aren't for permitting purposes, but to actual costs. You know, what I hear from kind of on the street is construction in the Albany areas can be $500, $600, $700 a square foot. There has been a survey of ADU rents in the East Bay, including Albany, and that survey was done by a consultant hired by the Association of Bay Area Governments. I don't have the numbers at my fingertips, but I can make that available. And it included both looking at the rent levels, but also the types of uses of the ADUs. So someone might build an ADU and not rent it out, or they rent it out to their, essentially not, give it to their either teenage child or adult child or parent, or, there's lots of family connections that are sometimes used for ADUs as well. So it's we do have data on that more generally on the East Bay.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that would be of interest if you care to forward that, make that available. Let's see. There was a question about why has the community benefits portion been moved to a later session. I think I can understand that. I think I can explain that. I'll see if I'm right. There was perhaps a realization that needed to be adopted by ordinance rather than resolution due to state law. Okay, I see that.
Yes, but by no means are we trying to eliminate discussion of what those community benefits could be and were to diminish them in any way. We just procedurally want to do it, make sure that we're doing it the right way.
Yeah, thank you. There was a statement that 3D modeling was stated as it was going to be part of the process very early in the process, and that ultimately didn't take place.
I can start, and Jean and Jane can add in. I think it was a question of kind of what, first of all, the direction that we were getting from the Planning and Zoning Commission, as well as managing our financial resources. That type of modeling is very expensive. And in just preparing the model and then running a bunch of different scenarios, it can be helpful in some cases, but in this case, there have been a couple of people have expressed the concern that it wasn't there, but I don't recall hearing that from the Planning and Zoning Commission. I'll let Jane and Jean elaborate on that if they have anything to add.
Yes, and so what we did do is what I call serial box modeling. So we did 3D modeling of what we could fit in the current set of standards, and then did a bunch of different iterations of what we could fit in a series of potential zoning changes. And so we've actually added those models as examples to the specific plan itself. I'm looking at page 19, where we've added these site tests. In addition, as Jeff mentioned, we do have renderings. Those are the more photorealistic examples of what things could look like. Those do tend to be more expensive, and so we're more limited there. But we did a lot of modeling in our first year with the Planning Commission of zoning standards.
Now, I'll just add that the site tests were really about the physical feasibility within your existing zoning and also trying to test out proposed zoning. And so we were really trying to figure out in a quick way what number of units might fit and just have a sense of how much you could get on a site, and then figure out, it was not for the architecture itself, it was for testing out how different zoning, proposed zoning could impact building.
Thank you. There's a question how, given the change in building height, that change could be found to be, I'm not sure the legal terminology, but not requiring a supplemental EIR, that it met the requirements to stay with an addendum.
I can address that, Mayor Jordan. So CEQA is very specific about the type of aesthetic impacts that fall into its realm, and it's related specifically to scenic vistas and scenic highways, and if there's any other conflict with other scenic related regulations that might be on the books, either locally or statewide, and then whether or not there's substantial light or glare which would adversely affect views in the area. So there can be changes in aesthetics and it not be a CEQA impact, and thus not requiring mitigation. We look very carefully at this as we've been going through this process, and we feel that the addendum is appropriate, that the impacts that were originally analyzed are still the same impacts, and the mitigation measures that were originally approved continue to be effective mitigation measures. And essentially what CEQA allows us to do is, if it looks like there's no need for if a new analysis isn't going to tell us anything new, we're not required to do it. So that's been our approach to this. It would, full environmental impact report would be hundreds of thousands of dollars these days, and it takes a year or more, generally speaking, which has implications on our housing element. Our grant doesn't cover that. All sorts of reasons we felt like we were consistent with the law, and it just wasn't necessary, and it wasn't good use of time and money.
Thank you. There's a question about, was the position of the planet relative to the sun at only one time considered in the analyses, or at all times?
I'll take that one. We did do a solar shading study, and we looked at many different times of year and times of day. So we looked at the extremes of the two different solstices and the equinox, and looking at the solar shading, the impact of that on buildings using existing zoning, and then also using proposed zoning. So there was a study done. It took into account the solar angles for multiple times of the year and multiple times of the day.
And my question, when you say existing zoning, does that presume some level of build out of the adjacent R2 as well in that analysis?
Yes, and in fact, R2 in some cases is only 3 feet different from R3. So there's R3 is closest to SPC. So just showing what your maximum build out for what zoning, existing zoning allows, is how we determine sort of where the shadows are cast from.
Thank you. There's a question about, well, there was a note, an observation that San Pablo is Highway 123, which is under the jurisdiction of Caltrans in the city of Albany. Was Caltrans involved in this process?
Not in any significant way. Again, we're really focusing in on the zoning regulations that apply to the private property. This is not intended to be a plan for San Pablo Avenue, the roadway.
Okay. And related to that, in some sense, there was a note that with a lot more people living on San Pablo, there'd be a lot more people crossing San Pablo, is concern for safety on San Pablo. I know just from what you said, it's the public domain. I also know there's things in the works. I don't know if you could say a few words about what's in the works in that regard.
Yeah, so we do have a variety of projects that we're pursuing. The local road safety plan that's underway will be showing that there are very real safety concerns about pedestrian crossings on San Pablo Avenue, and that report will be making some recommendations to measures that should be taken to consider that. We do have some projects currently in the pipeline for several of the intersections on San Pablo Avenue, and we also collaborate with the Alameda County Transportation Commission as they're doing some of their longer range, big picture planning for the future of the street. So there's, in a lot of different ways, there's a lot of focus on the roadway, separate from the questions that we're really dealing with now, which is the zoning on the properties next to the roadway.
Thank you. And final point or question I will take up from the public comment. Thank you for answering all these and providing more information. There was a request for more detail regarding what the noted change to the Goodwill property means.
Yes, I'll take that one and I'll share my screen for a moment. So this is a change not from existing conditions, but rather from what we presented in March to the council. This is the Goodwill site that's referred to. So it's identified as a potential opportunity site. So really the change is to capture it as part of this northern node. And so it's right across from Clay Street rather than previously we'd jogged over from Brighton. So the idea is to capture this opportunity site with the potential to go up to 85 feet.
And are there any other, my question, are there any other, I mean, maybe that is the aspect of being in a node, although the other nodes don't provide height up to 85 feet. So are there other aspects that come with being a node?
There are some aspects in the design standards because we are trying to, well, one, that is a corner site. So that's sort of another reason it was in the node. Corner sites tend to be better retail sites because they have more exposure. And so the design standards and design guidelines document talks about expectations for the node. And so that includes, encouraging things like iconic design and features to help the co-location of retail, which could really, one retail business across the street from another can really help and catalyze economic development. So there are some sort of minor design features in that design standards document.
Thank you. And with that, those are the questions and comments from the public that I wanted to take up with staff. Are there comments, deliberation? Yes, Vice Mayor Tubin.
Thank you. So I first wanted to just say a big thank you to staff and all of our Planning and Zoning Commission. This is a really huge undertaking. It's kind of hard to overstate. And it's obvious that a huge amount of work and thought has gone into it, which I really appreciate. I'll say that in an earlier meeting about this, I asked Jeff, have we gone as far as we can go? And he told me, we didn't leave anything big on the table, and that made me really happy. We have done what we need to do with this plan to get it to the place it needs to go, to take the opportunities we need to take to start creating housing. And on that, I wanted to talk. We heard in public comment a lot of concerns about affordable housing. Of is this creating enough? Why isn't it specifying things enough? I just wanted to be clear. This is really, as Jeff said, this is us establishing the necessary preconditions for housing to be built. That is a really important part of the process because, speaking from experience developing affordable housing, affordable housing won't get developed, and really any housing won't get developed, especially affordable housing, without two things: the zoning to make it happen and the funding to make it happen. And what we're doing here is really defining that first part of making the zoning able to accept housing. And that zoning means that we are making it dense enough because I think, as we've noted, it's incredibly expensive to develop units in the Bay Area. The last metric I saw was something like $400,000 to $600,000 per unit average. The way you reduce that is you have more units on one site, and that's what we're making possible here, and that's especially beneficial for affordable housing because it makes it easier to cost out. This isn't the part of the process where we say there's going to be this many affordable housing units here, or there's going to be this 100% affordable project. This is the part of the process where we make it possible for those projects to exist. And I think that's really important to think about of why we're doing this and the way we're talking about it. And it's one of the weird parts of how housing and zoning works and why planning is a purely difficult, complicated thing. And I have a lot of respect for people who do it full time. I'd also say, you know, again, as was mentioned by Jeff, I think the worries about a wall of housing sort of are understandable. I think when we see these maps of showing, you know, there's an opportunity site, there's an opportunity site, there's an opportunity site, or this is all red of zoned for this, our brain naturally thinks, oh my God, all of that is going to become this height of building and look like this. That's just not the reality. Housing moves at a glacial pace in the Bay Area. That's why we have a housing crisis. All of these parcels are not going to get developed. We're not going to have a wall of giant buildings because that's just not realistic to how funding and housing development works. We'll be lucky if we get a half dozen of these in the next 8 years, which is what our housing development is all about. And you know, on the trying to organize my thoughts here. There's a lot. So to sort of close it up, I wanted to thank, especially Ken McCroskey said it really well in his public comment of, you know, we're in a housing emergency. People can't afford to live here who have grown up here, or people who just want to live here and need to live here to have jobs or anything like that. I can't afford to live in Albany. That's why I live with my family. That's a big problem. And as he said, cities work best when they change. And that's a necessary part of just being a city. We have to change. We have to meet the moment. We have to start building housing. And you know, again, as Jeff noted, he says all the things I want to say. So I parrot him a lot of just, we have really not built that much housing as a city in the past couple decades. That's why there's a housing crisis, because every city is not building enough housing. This allows us to do that. If we're talking about, you know, we've had 100% affordable project in the past couple of years. That's because we need stuff like this to pass in order to have more 100% affordable projects. We also need to then have a later discussion about funding them. That may require a ballot measure to have, you know, affordable housing bonds. We talked about this last time. We decided it wasn't quite the right time, but we may do it next time. But this is necessary. We have to do this. We have to do San Pablo Avenue specific plan. We have to allow these buildings to get bigger. We will later have to allow bigger buildings in other parts of Albany. This is not the only place this is going to happen. And it's just, as I said, it's the necessary precondition to make housing possible and to make affordable housing possible. So I am really happy that this plan is coming to us in this form, and I am very excited to vote for it.
Other council members? Yes, Councilmember Gary.
I just had a quick question. Will there be elevators included in this? I know the last project there wasn't any, so just wanted to clarify if they are, and kind of like the emergency access in these buildings if they are approved. If you can speak to that a little bit, that'd be great.
Yes, so there was a project that was approved by the council last year, I believe, on Evelyn Street that did not include an elevator. That was fully code compliant, believe it or not, but you can build multi-story buildings without elevators. I think that was unusual. I think in most cases we are going to see elevators in multi-story, multi-family residential. And with respect to
you might have to rewind us slightly there.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay. You were saying
better now?
Yeah, you were left off at, you expect most buildings would have elevators. I think that's
okay. I'm going to just turn off my video for a second to maybe improve the connection. I do expect most buildings to have elevators, and we are consulting with the fire department regularly on these projects. And we did include some references to that in our specific plan about at the things that are important to them about where they are able to park their apparatus their access to the roof are two things that are very important in the event of a major incident. And things like water supply and so forth also are part of our normal process for projects. So at this time, we don't have, back to the elevator part of this, at this time, we don't have a special Albany requirement about elevators. If we wanted to explore that, we'd have to do that when we adopt new building codes later this year.
If I may ask a follow-up question, Councilmember Gary, regarding elevators. Is there a state requirement at Foyer's Point a building has to have an elevator?
Excuse me, say that again, please.
Yeah, sorry. Is there a height beyond above which state law requires there be an elevator or some other non-Albany code or requirement?
I don't believe so. I think it has to do with the accessibility of the housing units. So as long as there are ground floor accessible housing units enough, then technically an elevator isn't required. Jane, if you know any information on this, you feel free to jump in and add. This is the one project on Evelyn is the only time I've had to encounter this, and that was a 3-story building.
Yeah, it usually has to do with occupancy, and then it's usually for quite a high number as if you look it up. And so that's why sometimes smaller projects, and they may seem quite large in scale for the city of Albany, but they might be a lot smaller than what is required. So, or just smaller than. So then they aren't. But it is based on the occupancy of a building where elevators are required.
Though I think I just caught that if the ground floor doesn't have residences, then they're required.
No, I think it has to do with how many people live in the building and the occupancy of how many people are in the building that you're just designing for.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Gary. I don't know if you got any other questions. Okay, Councilmember McQuaid.
Thank you. Called on me before I got my hand raised.
I'm getting there finally.
I think that a lot of good things have been said about this project. I think a couple of people mentioned it was sort of a consensus project. It was a compromise. I really like what the vice mayor said about this is what enables us, the zoning enables us to build more housing. And I think that's a good way to look at it. My big concern still, though, is around parking. I think it's a mistake to have no parking requirement. I have to agree with the speaker earlier who talked about it limits people who need vehicles for their jobs. It certainly limits them. So I'd like to see us have at least 0.5 spaces per unit. And I talked to a person in the banking industry and asked about commercial loans for buildings that don't have any parking. And he said, a lot of people don't want to do that because they're afraid they're not going to be rented. So I think it's maybe a bigger question to ask as we move forward. And the other part of this I'm not real thrilled about is the bundling or unbundling of parking. What I don't think is fair is to allow people who have cars to not pay the extra fee to have parking and then so severely impact the neighbors. And that doesn't feel good to me. And I understand we could do a parking permit program, but then I think we've set up 2 tiers of people. We've set up people that already live here and they can have a parking permit, but people that are new to Albany, they can't. And then we've got 2 tiers of residents, and that doesn't feel good. So I support moving this forward tonight, but somehow I'd like to have a bigger discussion about the parking issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Nason, I don't know if you, yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify one thing on that the consultation with the banking, there's nothing in this that prevents developers who want to add parking from doing so. Is that correct? Do we have a ceiling on parking here, or just not have a minimum?
I believe there's a ceiling of 1. Is that correct?
Actually, yeah, I think that is right.
We have both.
But for commercial, what is the ceiling?
The commercial, the main change is that we've proposed a blended rate. So just as you have on Solano, a blended rate for restaurants, which is higher, and a blended rate for retail. So it's sort of simpler. And this helps with new development since they don't always know what kind of use is going to go in. The idea is just like on Solano, there'd be a blended rate, and I can look up the ratio in the zoning.
And so just to clarify, there is a requirement for parking associated with commercial.
There is a parking requirement associated with commercial. Currently in the zoning ordinance, there is an exemption for the first couple thousand square feet of commercial. Again, I'd need to look up the exact number, but that currently exists in the zoning. We have not made changes to that exception.
And if someone wants to build that parking, they can. If they don't want to take advantage of that exemption, they have that option.
That's right. There's no commercial maximum set. Just the new proposal proposes a maximum of 1 space per dwelling unit.
Okay, and it was commercial that was the concern, I think, that was discussed with the funder. Okay, yeah. Thank you.
It was.
Oh, it was.
My discussion was about residential.
Was about residential. Okay.
I've found that
they can put in part. Okay, go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
No, that's okay.
I was going to say, I found that the 540 Albany Bowl project instructive because my recollection is under state law, that developer could have said they don't want to install any parking, and hopefully staff will correct me if I get this wrong. And the city still would have pretty much had to approve it under existing state law. As it is, the developer proposed around 0.7 spaces per residence. So that gives me some confidence in leaving it up to the market to decide how to balance these different interests. And in terms of bundling versus unbundled, I'm not a supporter of people having to pay for parking when they don't necessarily use it or need it. I think it's good that people should pay for it if they need it. Do I have that? Is my memory correct on 540 San Pablo approximately?
I was just trying to find the exact number. I think you're very close. I haven't quite got my fingers on it, but yes, it was something in that neighborhood.
Yeah, I guess more that under state density bonus law, could that developer have come in and said that they were not going to build any parking?
Yes, they could have used one of their concessions or waivers for parking if they wanted.
So they actually made a choice to build some pretty substantial parking garages based on their own judgment of market forces. Yes.
Yeah, I'd like to agree with Mayor Jordan's comment about the about not forcing people to pay for parking they don't want and are not going to use. I've certainly run into quite a lot of young people who consider it a point of pride not to have a car and to live their lives without it. And I'm also meeting more and more people in the older category who are looking for housing where they will be able to live without a car. The mobility options that are opening up are improving things. Part of the reason we're doing this is so that transit will improve. I just don't, I would be very concerned about forcing parking on either developers or buyers who are not interested in having it.
Can we at some point have a discussion, and this certainly would be way down the road, about how we are going to manage the parking in the neighborhoods? And I think the only answer is yes, because if you say no, that means we can never, ever, ever have this.
Speaking for myself, I
That's not the right.
welcome that conversation. Yeah. I think the reason it hasn't happened a bit was the perhaps surprising result of, if I have the year right, the 2017 parking study that was done. It was funded by a grant. And it found while there are certain blocks that had over 85% occupancy, which is sort of the threshold for when parking management, the next tier of parking management should kick in. Overall, looking at the corridors being a block back from San Pablo on each side and a block back from Solano on each side, we're well under 85% occupancy. And so, like I say, it was somewhat of a surprise, and that kind of took the parking management program out of the policy discussion. But should this pass, and should some of these more of these developments be built, then that picture will perhaps change, and so that would put that policy discussion back on the table.
Mayor Jordan, I think Jean Eisberg has something that she'd like to add.
Sorry, thanks. Yes, please go ahead.
I just wanted to make sure you're aware, I'm going to bring up a page from the plan. This is page 58, table 5-2. This issue about monitoring the parking came up at the commission. And so we have an implementation task that says on-street parking, monitoring, and evaluation. This is related to policies in Chapter 4. And so the idea is in this box here that we would identify deficiencies, optimize the efficiency to 85% on-street occupancy that the mayor was just referring to. So the idea is if we're over capacity on that on-street parking, we consider adjustments to pricing, off-street standards, parking standards, or other strategies such as a residential permit program. So we have built that monitoring of parking into the plan.
Thank you. Yeah, and I'll underscore what I found an intriguing policy suggestion from the public tonight, which is to make access to parking permits at substantially reduced cost or even free to households that are occupying affordable residences. I don't know. I can't say I've heard of that before. I'd be surprised if somebody hasn't done that somewhere in the world, but I think that's a good one to keep in the mix should it be needed. Vice Mayor Thielen.
If we're ready, I'd like to make a motion.
I think we're ready. If you will take these items one at a time.
Okay. In that case, can I ask staff to remind me which resolution had the language that needed to be modified from the presentation?
Well, so you can take up 2022-87 first, and that one is as it stands.
Okay. I wanted to make sure. I couldn't remember what that one or 88. I believe, yes, it's 88. Okay, then I would move resolution number 2022-87.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve resolution 2022-87, adopting amendments to the general plan and the addendum to the general plan environmental impact report. Clerk, would you please call the council?
Vice Mayor Tiedemann?
Yes.
Councilmember Gary?
Yes.
Mayor Jordan?
Yes.
Councilmember McCoy?
Yes.
Councilmember Nason?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Vice Mayor Tiedemann.
I moved resolution number 2022-88 with the specified changes from staff.
Yeah, so if I may just repeat those, so the record is clean, we'll be removing references to the community benefits, and we'll bringing that back to you in the near future as an ordinance. So this would be a resolution to adopt the San Pablo Avenue specific plan, design guidelines, and objective standards. And that would be the revision to the title, and then in the text of the resolution, removing the comment, the references to community benefits.
And I'll second the motion.
Moved by Vice Mayor Tiedemann, seconded by Councilmember Nason to approve resolution 2022-88.
Councilmember Nason,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Tiedemann,
Yes.
Councilmember Gary,
No.
Mayor Jordan,
Yes.
Councilmember McQuay.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Vice Mayor Tiedemann.
And finally, I move ordinance number 2022-3.
So I'm going to modify that a little bit from based on my understanding. I believe it's moving introduction of the ordinance, reading the title, which you've done, and waiving the rest of the first reading.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, thanks.
And I second that.
It's been moved to introduce ordinance 2022-03, zoning code amendments, and waive the rest of the first reading by Vice Mayor Tiedemann and seconded by Councilmember Nason.
Councilmember McQuay,
Yes.
Councilmember Nason,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Tiedemann,
Yes.
Councilmember Gary,
No.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
The motion carries.
All right. Thank you all. Thank you, everybody who commented. Thank you, staff who've worked on this so long and hard, and everybody else. Moving on to, yes, Vice Mayor Tiedemann.
As we've been going for a while and have a lot more to go, I was going to suggest that we take a very quick break, maybe until 9:50.
Okay, works for me. Don't know, I can't recall if we need to vote for that, but let's just say we're taking a break. All right, see you back at 9:50.
Councilmember Nason, I'll just note that you are unmuted.
We will start shortly, awaiting the arrival of one of the council members. I see her Zoom window is off mute.
I'm here. I'm going to have my camera off for a minute because I'm getting messages that my connection is unstable.
Okay, no problem. Thank you. And so we take up again, moving on to a public hearing regarding, this is item 9.2, a public hearing regarding authorization of collection of delinquent garbage bills by placement on the Alameda County property tax roll. The council have staff's presentation.
Good evening, City Council. I'm Lizzie Crod, the city's sustainability coordinator. The resolution before you this evening confirms the annual special assessment list for delinquent residential garbage bills and authorizes the delinquent charges to be placed on the county tax rolls. For health and safety reasons, Waste Management is required to continue regular weekly residential collection services, even if customers don't pay. In 2013, Council passed an ordinance to authorize collection of delinquent garbage bills placed by placement on the Alameda County tax rolls. Accounts that were over 90 days past due in January of this year received a minimum of 4 delinquency notices from Waste Management and a final request for payment from the City of Albany. Unpaid balances under $20 are not included on the list, and multifamily and commercial properties are exempt from the process as the current collection services agreement does not outline a procedure for collection from commercial and multifamily buildings. Once this final special assessment list is approved by council, the finance department will send the list to the county and the amount will be placed on the property tax bill. If the bill is paid in full, the assessment will not remain on the property. At this point, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions from council members? I have a question given the information you just conveyed, which I didn't know. So for commercial and multi-residential, does Waste Management have other means or mechanisms that it pursues?
I don't believe so, but at least I don't think so because our collection service agreement doesn't outline how that would be collected. It's only for residential, and I believe it's because this process is a lot more straightforward for residential than commercial and multifamily. Mm-hmm. I can clarify that and get back to you though.
Sure, yeah, I'm just curious if somebody just doesn't pay their bill, if they can just never pay their bill, I suppose it would affect the credit rating, but thank you. Seeing no obvious questions, hands being raised among the council, we'll open the public hearing. And I see an attendee, 2 attendees have their hands raised. If you could please admit them.
Oh, thank you. Here I go again. So this is Jeremiah Garrett Pinguelo speaking public comment. You know, I love when this comes up on the agenda item. It comes up kind of seems like more frequently now, maybe what, every 3 months or so? I feel like it just happened. So here's what happens, right? The garbage Waste Management won't stop collecting trash if you don't stop paying your bill. PG&E will shut off your electricity and gas. East Bay Mud will shut off your water if you don't pay your bill. But Waste Management, they won't stop collecting the trash. It's got to be some sort of law, right? And so I'm wondering, I ask this every single time, is it the same people who keep doing this? I mean, seriously, is someone found a loophole? Because, I mean, I'm going to stop paying for trash as long as the city's going to keep footing the bill. I mean, why not, right? I mean, where does this money come from? Is sugar sweetened beverage tax? Is this a general fund thing the city dips in, a sugar sweetened tax fund, because people don't want to pay their garbage bill? You know, so something's not right here. This shouldn't be put on the city. This should be put on maybe the county. You know, I'm all for low-income people who can't afford their bill. I'm all for senior citizens who hopefully are already getting a discount, but maybe on a fixed income, right? Who can't pay their bill. Okay, I get it. But if there's people that make $200,000 a year, like me, and they're getting around the system, because they watch the city council meeting and this agenda item keeps coming up. I don't think that's right. I'm not going to do it myself. I mean, I'm not like that. I'm not trying to get over on $30 a month or $60 a month on a little garbage bill. But if you got businesses that are not paying their garbage bill, or if you got a whole entire apartment complex that's not paying their dumpster, that's not right. That's not what this is for. So, I mean, you guys, a city council approves this 100% of the time. But why does city council keep footing the bill? Hypothetically, why is it coming out of our sugar sweetened tax beverage fund? So we got to figure out a grant. We got to talk to Waste Management, and work this out and talk to the county. Because, and that's my question again, right? Is it the same people who keep doing this over and over? Is there a loophole? Like I said, I'm not going to start doing this myself, but it sure sounds good to me. I mean, if the city keeps footing the bill, I mean, why not, right? So anyway, oh boy, good luck.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. Thank you also, Mayor, for saying welcome to everybody. I appreciate it. I have a couple questions. I wasn't aware that this comes up. This is the first time I've seen this, so I just had a few questions about it. Number one is I see that a notice is sent. All these notices are sent to people that haven't paid their bills, and I guess that's how you can excuse the fact that you have posted the addresses of all these people as a public document. And I find that abhorrent, and I'm really sorry to see that. I don't think it should be a public document as an attachment to the city council agenda. I think that people probably have a lot of different reasons why they can't pay their bill, and I consider this like a form of public shaming. So I really object, and I'd like to see that stop. And then my next question is does anybody look into why these bills aren't being paid? Are people low income? Are they not able to afford it? Is there any kind of reduced fee available to them, or they could apply for having no fee? I mean, what is this just a matter of every year we punish them and then it just happens over and over? Are we actually trying to look into it to find out more? My next question fits in with what the mayor asked, which is why are the multifamily and commercial buildings not being charged? If they don't pay, that doesn't make any sense to me. So landlords and people who own commercial buildings don't have to pay even though they didn't pay their bill. That doesn't make any sense. And then my final question is just to try to understand the logistics of this. I'm reading staff estimates that the additional franchise fee revenue to the general fund from the collection of these delinquent garbage bills will total $2,279.04. In addition, $1,900 will be remitted to the city in administrative fees. So I don't understand what that means. Like, so the money is put on the people's tax bill, and then the city gets extra money sent from, it's collected, and then I just don't understand it. If somebody could just explain those two sentences to me, just so I understand what it means, that would be really helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Not seeing any other hands raised. Close the public hearing and bring it back to council. It's a question for both commenters about funding, essentially. So taking the case of a owner of a R1 parcel in the area that's zoned R1, just single residences notionally, not anymore under state law. If an account holder doesn't pay, does the city bear the financial burden of that account holder not paying?
Sorry to clarify, for a residential account?
Yeah, for a residential account.
If the residential account does not pay for 3 years through their taxes, it becomes a lien on the property.
But let's say they don't. So let's say they don't pay for 3 months. Does the city backfill that for Waste Management, or is Waste Management just out the money until it gets recouped?
It gets recouped through this process. So they're out the money until we complete this process.
Okay, so the city's not backfilling this for waste management using sugar sweetened beverage tax or general fund revenue or anything. The city is not on the hook. Okay.
Correct.
And then in terms of the process, the delinquent amount goes on the property tax bill.
Correct. With the city administrative fee of $50. So the $1,900 that was mentioned in the staff report, it's $50 times the 38 accounts that are on the list.
Okay. And then the funds are collected in theory. The portion that's the city administrative fee comes to the city, and the portion that's waste management goes to waste management. Okay. Thank you for explaining that. Yes, I am still mystified as to what happens if a owner of a multi-residence building doesn't pay and commercial doesn't pay.
I can also clarify that multifamily is defined as any building greater than 5 units. So those multifamily buildings with 5 or fewer units are included in residential. So if that just gives you a sense too of the accounts we're working with.
Okay, so fewer buildings than what one would colloquially understand as multifamily, but still, there are multifamily buildings with more than 5 residences. So yeah, I would be curious, obviously not now, but if you can provide that answer in the future as to what happens in those situations. As far as the list of addresses associated with accounts in arrears, does that need to be public?
I do not know. I think technically speaking, the list we send to the county is public information anyway, so someone could get that list. I don't know whether or not we need to post it, but I will definitely look into that for next year.
Okay. And city attorney might have some counsel there as well, not in the moment, but yeah, because I agree that I think would be in interest. I mean, there's information that's publicly available upon request, and then there's information that you can just get with the flick of a mouse, and access does make a difference.
We'll definitely look into that.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, comments? Yes, Councilmember Gary.
Thank you, Elizabeth. What other subrogation opportunities have or is being explored to collect on this?
Other opportunities to collect these amounts?
Recovery, subrogation kind of opportunities. What other options are we doing outside of, sending them notices?
This is the only option we have for collecting the past due bills at this time that we have defined in our service agreement with Waste Management.
Okay.
I will take this opportunity to share that we did, prior years, we've always done outreach to the accounts listed for the accounts on the list. We send them information about our Albany Cares program. And this year we also sent a mailer that included, let me pull up my notes, information about a local group by the name of Housing and Economic Rights Advocates, which is helping residents with mortgage payment issues and other financial issues, including property taxes and foreclosures. So that information was also shared with those on the list, if that's helpful information to know. I know a couple of public comments touched on this.
Is there something that we can do instead of outside of sending it to the county, where if families are struggling outside of, so you said Albany Cares, is there a fund set aside that people can apply to and we will assist? Is that what you're stating?
No, there's currently no other way to make waste management whole besides this process.
And I wonder if you can tell me, you're sending out notices, how many have been returned? I mean, so if it's property that's being rented, so it's actually going to that property and not the owner. So the owner may not be receiving the notice. I'm just curious to getting that perspective from you.
Definitely. We send 4 letters to the address, 1 letter to the property owner. So if it's a different address than the property that's on the list. And then we also send the public hearing notice to the property owner. So both tenants and owners, if it's not the same, receive letters. And if we receive bounce back, we normally look into other ways we can reach the property owner, because the property owner is ultimately responsible for the payment.
All right, if there's no other questions or discussion, entertain a motion, and this is on 2022-89. That's Vice Mayor Tubin.
I would move resolution 2022-89.
I will second that. It's been moved by Vice Mayor Tiedemann to approve resolution 2022-89, confirming the report and assessment list for delinquent garbage bills and authorizing placing charges on the property tax roll, and seconded by myself. Please poll the council.
Councilmember Gary,
No.
Mayor Jordan,
Yes.
Councilmember McQuay,
Yes.
Councilmember Nason,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Tiedemann,
Yes.
and the motion carries.
Thank you. And consideration moves on to item 9.3 of the public hearing section. This regards an ordinance amending Albany Municipal Code Section 2-3.1 relating to appointment of the administrative officer, which is name and code for city manager. We have a staff report.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. As we discussed at our last meeting, this ordinance section 2-3.1 is a bit outdated. It comes from the 1950s. What we're recommending for your consideration is we strike the language of the ordinance that references severance. That has always been done by agreement. And as I understand it, as mentioned at the last meeting, that several of the past city managers' contracts not affiliated with the current city manager have not matched the severance language in the ordinance. So as is the customary action for most cities, is severance is dealt with in the employment agreement, and that's where it should be handled and not in the municipal code. So our recommendation to match the current city manager's agreement and to match what has been historic practice with the council is to delete the language related to severance in this ordinance. We also took the opportunity to update the ordinance to make the gender references neutral. So at this point, we're recommending that you read the title, or after reading the title of the ordinance, which I believe you already just did, Mayor, that you waive further reading and introduce ordinance 22-04.
Thank you, City Attorney. Are there any questions from the council? Not seeing any. I don't see any hands raised. And we'll note there are about 10 attendees at this point in time. I will open the public hearing, and not seeing anyone desiring to comment, I will close the public hearing, bring it back to council for comments and or action if desired.
Mayor, can you have the question that the previous participant asked about the legalities of how this was passed last week, and what liabilities, if any, is on the city from passing this prior to changing the ordinance and correcting it in order?
Mayor, I don't see any liability on the city. You know, this will take, I see this as a correction to something that the city has already been doing historically, and really a cleanup to the municipal code. You know, periodically, as we catch these issues, we like to clean up the code. And this is one that we caught as part of this process and would like it to match what has been historically done by the council.
Thank you, City Attorney. Are there any other? Yes, Vice Mayor Tiedemann.
Seeing no other discussion, I was going to move that we introduce ordinance number 2022-4 and waive further reading.
I'll second.
The introduction of ordinance 2022-04 has been moved by Vice Mayor Tiedemann and seconded by Councilmember McQuaid, including waiving first reading. City Clerk.
Mayor Jordan,
Yes.
Councilmember McQuay,
Yes.
Councilmember Nason,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Tiedemann,
Yes.
Councilmember Gary.
Yes.
Motion carries.
That takes the meeting out of the public hearing section and into unfinished business. There is one item of unfinished business. This regards a potential measure reforming Albany's business license tax. If council maybe have staff's report on this. Welcome back.
Hello.
Thank you for sticking with us.
Of course. So this is, you've seen this many times now, but we're bringing back the proposed change to the business license tax. There were a handful of additional rate schedules proposed in the staff report, and we did add a section that, similar to other parcel taxes that are currently, on the books for Albany, but that allows the council to lower the rates and indicates that the rates that you would be set by voters would be maximum rates. So if the council at any point in the future decided that, we had enough revenue and we didn't need to tax businesses at the max rate, we could lower it. So we introduced that in this round. And that's different from before, but that, I think, Malo, were there any other changes?
We did, Heather, just have a little bit of cleanup changes that I'm happy to just run through. There were some typos that we cleaned up. The revision that Heather just mentioned about making sure it's a maximum rate, that was in a different section, and we thought it made more sense to be in the rate section, so we just moved that language. We changed the ballot language to say decreasing the tax for some businesses and increasing it for others. It previously said increasing the tax for some businesses and lowering it for others. There was some duplicative language about the interest rate. It showed up in two sections. So we just cleaned it up and had it appear in one section. And then we also kept in language that was in the existing ordinance regarding the treasurer being able to deal with certain exemptions. And those red line changes are in the packet that is on the website. And I believe that's the gist of the changes that we made.
Both. Are there any questions from council? Councilmember McQuaid.
Yes, thank you. As I read through the ordinance, there's a lot of strikeouts and changes and whatnot that don't really have to do with the tax. They're more, as I understand it, they were more cleanup language. And I'm wondering if we can do that simply as a council without going to the voters, as long as we're not requesting a tax change. And my other question, as you looked at this tax and talked to other cities that use gross receipts, was there any discussion like pros and cons of what works, what maybe doesn't work in their management of the tax issues? And those are my only two questions. Lots of comments.
So maybe a question for the city attorney about bifurcating or the potential of adopting the various cleanup and gender neutrality changes, should that be the desire of the council, without necessarily having to go to the voters.
And let me just add, I don't necessarily mean we would do that tonight, but could come back to us in maybe another meeting.
If that is the pleasure of the council, I would want to double check and look in detail at all the revisions we made and confirm with my colleagues. And then, as you mentioned, Councilmember McQuaid, if that's the pleasure of the council, we could bring that back if that was something the council could do without taking it to the voters.
Thank you. And then I apologize, I've lost your second question.
My second question was, as you discussed with other cities doing a gross receipts tax, was there discussion about what works, what doesn't work, what their results have been?
So the only city that I reached out to was Richmond, because they had just done this exact thing in the last election cycle. And what I spoke to them about was more how they calculated what they thought that their rate should be than how their implementation is going. I do know that they're doing a lot of outreach to businesses. They have a web page set up. They've done a number of information sessions to make sure that it's an easier change for businesses as much as possible. But I didn't talk to anyone else. Most of them, like Berkeley's gross receipts tax, has been around for a while.
Thank you.
Councilmember Nason.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention that I follow Richmond events on social media, and there has been a storm of outrage about this. Very, very unhappy businesses.
Thank you. With that, I do see there's one hand. Oh, yes, Councilmember Gary.
Thank you, Mayor. So I know that the city manager hired Marta. Was there a report and on his analysis of this prior to? Was conversation had about, what he possibly discussed with businesses in regards to tax, and as far as how we would increase businesses to come into Albany to build our economic infrastructure if this tax was passed? The pros and cons on that as well? No?
In terms of responding to the question, it's rather indirect to the way the ballot measure was prepared to date with the consulting services of NBS. That level of outreach to the business community wasn't done because we didn't have a package to present to them based on council continued deliberation over what the tax would look like. So we have that tax in front of you this evening. And through Economic Development Committee, Financial Advisory Commission, and the council's previous meetings.
So my next question, so would it have been beneficial if we had an information session with the businesses to find out? I mean, we just got out of a pandemic. Most businesses are going to be hurt if we were to put this on the ballot. And so I think with this tax measure in front of us or information in front of us, would it have been beneficial if we went that route prior to bringing it to the council for review? Then that way we would have everything in front of us based on the information and feedback from the businesses, along with what is being proposed tonight. Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, I mean, I can see in hindsight that would have been a good step, I think, for the council to provide direction on. For this moment, there are two hands raised, and so we will go to public comment. 3, 4 hands raised. Maybe before we go to public comment, it'd be useful to have a motion to extend, because public comment is potentially going to take us up to our 10:30 regular end time.
I'll move we extend to 11.
Seconded.
It's been moved and seconded to move by Councilmember McQuaid, seconded by Vice Mayor Tiedemann to extend the meeting to 11 o'clock. City Clerk, if you please poll the council.
Councilmember Nason?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Tiedemann?
Yes.
Councilmember Gary?
Yes.
Mayor Jordan?
Yes.
And Councilmember McQuaid?
Yes.
Thank you, City Clerk. And if you would now kindly admit the first attendee as their hand raised. Welcome back.
Thank you. So this is Jeremiah Garrett-Pinguello. So one of the issues I have with this is that we need to restructure big businesses like Target, especially Golden Gate Fields. They're on the hot seat because they make millions of dollars. I used to work at Target when it first was built, and I was a security guard at TPS. And we literally, through the middle of the day, we would once the cash registers reached about, I think it was 50,000 or 100,000, I forget. But we got all the money out of the cash registers and put it in the money room to be counted. And the Target makes at least $100,000 a day, if not 200,000 a day. They're making millions and millions of dollars, but they're in this category where they get taxed just a little bit. It's not even a percentage of what they make, and it's the same thing with Golden Gate Fields. Gambling, betting on animals to run fast. I mean, that doesn't even make any sense. And the people that own Golden Gate Fields live in Canada. So what? They reside in Canada and get out of all these tax loopholes because they reside somewhere else in another country. So we need to change the whole ball game on these businesses that aren't businesses, that are corporations. So we need to restructure this whole tax thing for corporations that do business in Albany. There should be a corporation tax. So they don't get taxed enough. That's a big thing right now. I remember talking about this a little while back, and the structure is all wrong for these big, huge corporations. So they should pay way more than they are. But the little guys, like the sole proprietors, little mom and pop shops, Mary's and Joe's, it's just like, yeah, they're already struggling. And it's kind of interesting how the residents, the voters, the people who live here get a vote on changes out of other people's pockets. It's like, why are the residents, going to have to pay property taxes? I mean, for business license, I don't know. Anyway, I'm kind of getting off topic here, but I think you should leave this up for the voters, have a second reading on this, and put it on the ballot. That way people can get involved in the local community. Thank you.
Welcome. Thanks for staying up with us. You show us still being on mute, so we are unable to hear you. I believe if you're on a phone, I think it's *6, if I have it right. You are still showing. There we go.
Oh, sorry. Am I on now?
Yes, you are.
Okay. Thank you. This is Peter Shakow. And as a business person, and not with a lot of detail or insights into the specifics of the plan, it seems to me that I understand that the current way that we are taxing appears to be unequitable or unfair in some ways. But I think to change that system to another system that is equally potentially unequitable or unfair doesn't make any sense. I think if we're going to make a change, if the city is going to make a change in the way we assess the tax, we ought to have some better data. Now, I mentioned in my comment what I had sent to the city about net operating profit, but I understand, or my understanding is that we cannot have that information. But if you compare a supermarket, which operates on very low margins, but they make up for it in volume, so they have lots of revenue, make very little money, maybe 2 or 3% sometimes, compared to another business that makes 50% margin but has low revenue, you end up with two completely different, incomparable plans, and it just seems very arbitrary. So I would just recommend, without getting into more explanation, you can see my notes on it in writing, but I think before we make a change to the way we assess the taxes for the small businesses, I think we ought to figure out, can we get data so that we can come up with a more equitable system? And I like Jeremy's comments about the corporations that make millions of dollars. Not that we need to punish them, but The ability to pay that is one factor among many factors that I just don't think we have a handle on today. And I think before we make a change, we ought to have a handle on those kinds of data. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi there, Jennifer Hansen Romero. Thank you, everyone, for staying up so late and hearing everything we all have to say. On this particular item, I just don't feel like the due diligence has been done. I think it's unfair to jump into a whole arena that we have no idea how will it ultimately affect each and every one of our businesses. They don't all play on the same playing field. They don't all have the same profit margins. They don't all have the same capabilities as everyone else. And I just feel like this item has not been fully explored, and therefore it should not be brought to the voters. The businesses have no say in this matter unless they actually live in Albany. They can't vote on this. And historically, a lot of voters have just ultimately blindsidedly approved taxes and not knowing what it costs people down the road. And there's not been a lot of information. There's not been the due diligence with the businesses to let them know what their impact might be. There's just not enough information, and it's unfair to so many people. And there has to be more clarity, more insight, more communication, more due diligence. And that's really all I have to say. I hope that you really take into account how this might actually affect our whole business, our whole community climate. There's many businesses I've heard who said that they will not be able to operate in Albany if this goes through. I'm not saying that the old business tax is perfect. It's absolutely not. But this isn't some ship we want to jump into. It's jumping into one hot frying pan to another. And I want us to do our homework and really think about our actions. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Alan Kane, Solano Avenue Association. Appreciate you hearing us, Mayor Jordan and Council. Just want to talk about a few things when it comes to this subject. I'm not sure how many times it's been brought up or how many meetings where this item's been discussed, but I only recently learned about it at the Economic Development Committee meeting on Thursday the 7th, just over a couple of weeks ago. So the pace of this whole thing worries me. I think that I always find things that are rushed suspicious. Hurry, hurry, step right up, got to make the decision fast. And so for that reason, I think it's highly suspect that the pace of this seems to be so incredibly fast. I know that I've heard comments that you're very proud of the fact that your outside dining program is going to be coming to council soon. But I will point out it's been over 2 years for you to steal another kid's homework, and you still haven't even turned it into the teacher yet. So I think the pace of this compared to when you are discussing things that aren't important to you is incredible. Timing, it's summer vacation. It's 10:30 at night. According to your own agenda, we're under a state of emergency. And so you think this is a good time for businesses to respond to a tax issue like this? I find the timing of this to be suspect. You know, a lot of our business owners, we're lucky to have people from all over the planet, all over the map on Solano Avenue. They lack the language and math comprehension to make overnight decision making. And this is what this is. I talked to a restaurateur today who is always busy in the kitchen. She or he has never even seen their business license, let alone able to respond or react to some sort of change to it. So as Jennifer pointed out, a lot of businesses don't live in Albany. A lot of business owners don't have the privilege of living in expensive Albany. And so they don't live locally and are unable to vote on things like this. And I can't even imagine, as I was listening to this meeting, what that ballot would look like. Tax the businesses, yes, no. I just find this whole thing incredible. Thank you and have a good evening.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, good evening, Council. Ian McLeod again. Interesting topic. I'm a business owner in Berkeley, actually, and I pay a very similar gross receipts tax to what you have listed in your charts. You know, and it's just for the business I do in Berkeley. We're able to deduct business we do in other cities, but it's a very similar tax, and I don't find it overly burdensome. And I think the fairest way is to apply a percentage to all businesses. And if it's graduated, that may be one way to deal with it. I think businesses basically have to self-report their income, which may be problematic. I don't know how you go around that except for auditing businesses, viewing their tax returns, but I don't think that's going to happen. So enforcement may be an issue. I'm concerned about the current tax. I don't understand how or why you would base it on employees. That doesn't seem quite fair either. There are many businesses that maybe have one person sole proprietor, and they're doing quite well as a business. So taxing employees doesn't make sense. Some businesses are more labor intensive than others. So, it'd be interesting to see a side-by-side comparison of one business, how the tax would apply with the current model and how much they would pay with the new model. For illustration purposes, that would help people consider that, it's not a big increase or it will be a big increase. I don't know. Taxes aren't necessarily based on net profits. It's based on gross receipts. So I think that model is valid. We certainly don't want to create a situation where businesses are pushed away from Albany, but that can be done by not making the tax very high and still achieving the results you want for the city to gain some revenue and support, use those funds to then support the businesses. I think that's the whole idea behind this. At least it should be. So I'm not sure where you go with this, but maybe more study is necessary. I think the direction you're heading is the correct one. And it's not like you're not taxing businesses with the business license, although I'm not sure how much they cost right now because I'm not a business owner in Albany. So it would be interesting to see what it would result in as it's applied. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And not seeing any other hands raised. Item comes back to council. Are there any comments or questions? Councilor McQuaid.
Yeah, thank you. Now that I'm off mute. I really appreciate all the work that's gone into this, especially from our finance director. And I originally thought this was a good idea. Obviously, the structure we have right now doesn't work very well. But the more I've listened to concerns from the business community and listened to the Economic Development Commission that had such a good meeting and talked to different business owners, I'm not convinced this is either the right way to do this tax or the right time to do it. Every day I turn on CNN and they tell me how much inflation has gone up and it's at a 40-year high, and the price of gas, although it's coming down, is extremely high. And I just don't see how we can tax our small businesses at that point. So I think we need to evaluate different types of businesses and figure out how we can make this more fair to everybody. I'd be interested to know how many people would benefit and how many people would not, because I don't think we really know that. And I know we don't want to have too many tiers. Every type of business can't have a special tier on this, but maybe to figure out a way to make it more fair and have different tier levels. It seems to me there are businesses that take in a lot of money, but it's really pass-through money. It's not staying with that business. And I'm not sure that they should be taxed on something they're actually turning right over to someone else. So I think we just need more time on this. I don't think that we're ready to put it on the ballot. I just think it's not, enough concerns have come up in my mind that I'm not ready to do it. And I think we should hold off and spend the next 2 years trying to figure out what would work better, what would be more fair to the business community as a whole, and then to come back in 2 years with something.
Councilmember Nason.
I agree with those comments. I think that we do need to refine this so that it is fairer. And in some cases, there may be, ultimately, we may decide that we do want to levy much larger taxes on certain businesses, certain categories of business, I should say. But we should perhaps look at phasing in those changes. And I just think I agree that we need to look at this a lot more closely. If we're looking just like Richmond, we're going to be in a world of hurt when businesses start getting their bills. And I think it's kind of unfair. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Vice Mayor Tiedemann.
So first of all, just thanks for all the work that's gone into this. We've talked about it many times. I'm sensitive to the concerns we've heard about how this could increase, which is, I don't think, a critique of how this has been done. We were told at the points in this process we've discussed it of, we just don't have the data to make some of these determinations when we do it, and that's a realistic limitation that we sometimes have to work under. I'll say that for the Richmond issue or the Richmond comparison, it's a much higher rate. So this would be a much lower rate, and so I think there's, even if we don't put this on the ballot this time, which if we decide to go that way, I think that's fine. It's probably something we should keep exploring, as we've all noted. Our current system probably isn't working and isn't fair. And something like this is probably how we should do it, but we may have to have it at a different phase in, more tiers. We could make it so that's even more so that it starts off low and rises quite dramatically when you get up to that really high echelon of earnings, to get from the big box stores that we know are bringing in a lot of revenue that is not really being taxed as much as it should be. So I think that's, if we don't do it, which I'm betting is where we're going tonight, we should bring this back and probably do it in a slightly different way. Though again, I'd note, we're not as much danger as Richmond is, because we're, the problem that's been identified by Richmond businesses, just from a quick Google search of the news about this, is that it's a much higher tax over there. And I think that's something to be very cognizant of.
Thank you. For my part, I have appreciated the interaction with a number of business owners, and learning more about their businesses and their willingness to share in that regard. On that basis, I did ask the city attorney, is it possible for cities to tax based on net rather than gross revenue, essentially profits? And the answer is no, cities cannot do that. So that's why we're left with these far from perfect options for basing a tax upon. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen because I just want to illustrate the problem that we're, I think, attracted to try to solve. So gross revenue across the bottom, it's in log scale because that's somewhat the distribution of business sizes in Albany, far more small businesses than large businesses. Effective tax rate, that's based on gross revenue. The colored lines are the tax rate by gross revenue. So you can see the smaller the business, the higher its tax rate. That's usually not viewed as the way to do things. It's not even a flat tax. It's a retrogressive tax. And also the higher the revenue per employee, the lower the tax rate. So it's in my mind backwards in a couple of different ways. You see the base proposal that's in front of the council in the black line there. So the question is, do we want to solve that? And I agree. I don't think this is the year to solve it. And I'm trying to figure out how to stop sharing my screen. I might be stuck. There it is. And my mouse will not go there. Okay, this is interesting. So thank you, City Clerk. Much appreciated the help. So where I went to with, because part of the problem is we can't have a bunch of, we could have a bunch of different sectors, business sectors, in the way that other cities that levy the tax on gross revenue do. But that's administratively burdensome because there's not that many businesses in each sector in Albany. So that administrative burden doesn't get amortized across or spread across as large a base as it does, say, in Richmond, Oakland, Berkeley, San Francisco. What occurred to me talking to businesses and the businesses that engaged was that for the most part, they were all businesses that had sale of goods that were subject to sales tax. And so from that, I realized, it's not really fair to hit those businesses twice. I mean, Albany has a 0.5% sales tax. We have the highest sales tax. Well, we're tied with about 10 other cities for the highest sales tax in the state. And so to hit those businesses again doesn't make a lot of sense. And so perhaps a way forward is to have a simple bifurcation between businesses that have half or more of their goods or half or more of their revenue is from sale of goods that are subject to sales tax. And I would also put groceries in there. And then businesses that are below that threshold would be subject to a higher tax rate with the goal of putting service businesses like professional services, which are not taxed much at all by Albany now compared to the other businesses that are subject to sales tax, put them contributing to Albany on a fairer basis. And I think there's an important equity element to this because generally studies find that the wealthier a household, the more of its discretionary spending is on services rather than goods. And so we have it backwards. We're taxing households that spend more of the income that they have available on goods more than we are taxing the wealthier households. So one way to get at that is to say we have just instead of having multiple business sectors, just have two. One that is primarily generating revenue from sales of goods that are taxable already through sales tax, and then everything else. So that'd be a way forward. It's not a way forward for this ballot, but having spent time on this, I think it's important to maybe provide some direction forward to staff if we can come to agreement, because otherwise I'm worried it's just gonna drop out. So I don't know if that proposal is of interest to direct staff to explore further. I mean, obviously it wouldn't be a high priority, but staff could bring us back a model of kind of this two rate structure for consideration in the future. Yes, Councilman McQuaid.
Thank you. I'm just wondering if this might be something that we would want to task the Financial Advisory Committee with to work with staff and to do some research with other cities and see what they're doing, and maybe to then bring us back, say, a menu of different options which we could sort of hone down and then give staff direction from there. As I write down your 2 tiers, I thought, well, that makes sense. But 6 months ago, I thought this plan made some sense too. So I would certainly not be willing tonight to make a thought. I don't think that's where you're going, but I'd like somebody to delve into this a little bit more, and I don't want to burden staff totally. So I was thinking that that's kind of why we have that committee. So that might be a good use of their time.
I see our finance director raising a point.
So this has gone to the Financial Advisory Committee, and they were for it. They didn't necessarily do a deep dive, but they did see it. I think part of the issue we're going to find with however we address this is we just don't have gross receipts data. It doesn't exist. I mean, it exists, but not in anywhere that we have access to it. So that was part of the reason why we wrote in that council could lower the rates, is once we get the data, once tax returns start coming in, we'd actually be able to have that hard data that everyone is looking for. And I would just like to address, this did not come, all of a sudden. It might seem like that to the people who haven't been working on it, but this idea has been around for a couple of years now. It started when there was an elected treasurer. And we did put in a handful of things specifically to address some COVID concerns. One of the issues when COVID first started was businesses shut down, and they were like, you're still increasing my business license tax and you're charging me interest and penalties, and I can't pay this. Well, we didn't have the authority. We checked with the city attorney, neither staff nor council, the way that this is in there now, has the authority to waive interest and penalties when there are times of hardships. So that is something that we added in. And obviously, even if we push it off, we would keep that kind of stuff in and everything. But we're not trying to stick it to the businesses. That's not, what we're trying to do at all. But I think it's important to remember that the data just doesn't exist. So regardless of who's looking at it or how detailed we try to get, it's gonna be an estimate.
Thank you. Yes, Councilman McGarry.
Is there some way that the staff or whoever we decide to look at this again, whether it's the Financial Advisory Committee, could work with the Chambers, Solano Association directors, and possibly have, a few businesses to chime in and just to have it worked up in a way that it could be somewhat with options laid out, an analysis. John Monta, if you hired him to do some of the work to speak with the stakeholders, if we don't want to involve the businesses, and just get buy-in from them. That way, when we're looking at this in a couple of years, we'll at least have a good amount of information to work upon and look at prior to determining whether we want it on a ballot or if we want to update an ordinance. So those are just my thoughts.
Yeah, it occurs to me the Economic Development Committee, since it has representation of the business associations, could be the appropriate or an appropriate place for this to be directed rather than financial advisory. Because I think in terms of financial advisory, the goal to remain whole in terms of revenue is pretty clear. So it's really an issue more of how do you structure it to achieve that goal, as well as the policy goals of not taxing small businesses and businesses that have less revenue per employee more than the other businesses. And that's really more a policies decision, which seem to be in the wheelhouse of economic development. Yes, Councilmember Nason.
Yeah, you took the words out of my mouth. I think it is more appropriate for the Economic Development Committee. One of the key concerns here is how this will affect Albany's competitiveness in recruiting businesses. We want to understand how it affects everyone. The Financial Advisory Committee, at least as I see it, is much more oriented to making the city's finances more transparent.
Thanks. So maybe this is something that gets carried forward and put on economic development's work plan, or just carried forward in the council strategic plan. I know the two of us are leaving the council, but I do have a list that I maintain, so I'd make sure to put it on that list. So there's at least an increased probability I don't lose track of it. And with that, perhaps, yes, Councilor McQuaid.
Thank you. I just want to kind of end this discussion by, again, Heather, thanking you for your work and the work that your staff did. I know it didn't start in the beginning of May. And I think that we were all very sincere in starting this process. And so I don't want you to feel like you did all this work and now we're saying no. I think for me anyway, and I think possibly I speak for others, it's kind of been an evolutionary process, and the more I understood about different businesses, the more I thought this isn't ready right now. So I just want to say that I'm grateful for all the work that you did, and please don't think it was wasted, because we'll use that as we go forward.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's a process. It's just not quite the time yet. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree. You've obviously built a spreadsheet, a workbook, or some sort of model now that can be used going forward to iterate towards something that works a little better. Thank you. All right, with that, I think we move on to new business. Noting that we have all of 8 minutes. See if we can get the first item here before we need to extend. So first item of new business is requesting consolidation with the statewide general election. This is requesting consolidation of Albany's election with the statewide general election and calling for placement of a tax measure on the November 8th, 2022 general municipal election ballot. May council have staff's report.
Good evening, council.
Well, you pretty much said most of my staff report presentation. It is to request the county to consolidate with the statewide general election and the calling for placement of one tax measure on the ballot of the upcoming November 8th election, the EMS and advanced life support and fire protection special tax, which was called and approved for placement on the ballot at your last meeting. And for the second ballot measure that is included on the staff report, since it was not approved for placement on the ballot at the earlier agenda item, the resolution, the proposed ordinance will be revised to remove inclusion of the second ballot measure and the ballot measure question. So staff is recommending council to adopt the resolution to request the county to consolidate with the statewide general election, and the resolution for setting rules of the filing of arguments for and against the measure as attached with the staff report. And finally, assign a council subcommittee to prepare argument for the ballot measure, for the one ballot measure. So that is a brief summary of the item. Thank you.
Thank you, City Clerk. Are there any questions from the council? Seeing none. Going to public comment. We're down to, I don't know, maybe 5 attendees. Yes. Welcome.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thanks for giving us an update on how many attendees. I wanted to talk about that because you didn't do it the last 2 or 3 agenda items, but you know, nobody's perfect. It's all good. At least you did it now. It's kind of fun. It's really neat. Exactly. There's only 5 attendees. And I bet not one business owner is even attending this meeting right now. But anyway, I want to get to the point. We keep making all these things on the ballot, sugar sweetened tax beverage, and now here we go again, business license tax. I didn't hear one thing tonight about where this money's going. Is it going in the general fund again, so that way anybody can dip into it for whatever they want? Or is this, if we're going to create this, we should do it right. We should have it organized to where this money will go into a specific fund. So if this is going to be on the ballot, it's got to be put on the ballot right.
I will just
be in a specific fund. That way.
I will offer the commenter that this agenda item doesn't regard the structure of the measure that's being placed on the ballot. That has already occurred. It's simply authorizing the election to occur and be run by the Alameda Registrar of Voters.
Okay, good looking out. So can you update me? Is this going to be in a specific fund, or is this going to a general fund, or just please clarify?
Well, this item does not involve a revenue measure. As I say,
it's just a property tax. It's just a tax.
No. This item involves consolidating Albany's election with the county election, and then asking the county to run the election for Albany. So it's really just a procedural logistical item. The issue of the property tax measure that was deliberated a meeting or two ago, and that is not this item. So if you have a comment on the election.
Okay. Well, I mean, if it's going to be put on the ballot and it's going to be election, hopefully the city doesn't have to pay that fee to put something on the ballot. I don't know. I just think, Alan was right for sure. It's bad timing. It's almost 11 o'clock at night. Nobody's really on this. I think it would need a second reading. And to tell you the truth, if the voters got to vote on this, I think the voters would vote no, because a lot of people in Albany are well connected with the businesses, and it's a close-knit community. And so I think we're probably wasting our time right now because, look, it's a down economy.
Jeremiah,
businesses are already hurting.
Jeremiah, if I may jump in here. As the mayor said, this item is to consolidate with the county, to have the county consolidate the election, to put a ballot question on there for the voters to vote. It is not to discuss. It's not to discuss whether this ballot measure would bring in money or not bring in money or anything like that. So do you have any questions regarding consolidating with the county, or do you have any question regarding putting the primary, submitting the filing for arguments?
Okay.
If not, then...
I'm not sure why I'm not sure why I keep getting cut off here. I was just gonna say my point, and then, I just wanted to say my freedom of speech. I'm not trying to get off the topic of the agenda item.
You got cut off because you're not on the agenda item, and we're not allowed to discuss anything that's not on the agenda for the agenda item.
Okay, no problem. All right, well, that's my mistake, I guess. I will do my own research and be a little bit more informed on this item. Okay, sorry about that. Thank you.
Thank you. And not seeing any other hands raised, bring it back to council. Councilmember McQuaid.
Are you ready for motion?
Maybe a motion to extend.
I can't stay any longer. This is, I'm sorry. I've got a terrible headache, and I mean, we have just wasted so much time tonight. I don't know how to start on this. So I'm going to vote no on extending.
I will do extend to 11:15.
Seconded.
Please poll the council, City Clerk.
Vice Mayor Tiedemann,
Yes.
Councilmember Gary,
What are we voting on? Extending or this
extending
motion?
to 11:15.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Yes. Mayor Jordan,
Yes.
Councilmember McQuay,
Yes.
and Councilmember Nason.
No.
Motion carries.
And now, Mayor, may I make a motion for the resolution?
Please do.
Second.
And wait, before you second me, I put both resolutions into one motion. Would that be permitted by the city attorney?
Yes. I think just to clarify, that's as amended as the city clerk mentioned, since we're only listing one measure.
So resolution 2022-91 as amended, resolution 2022-92 is my motion.
Is there a second?
Yes, I second.
Resolution 2022-91 and 92 to consolidate election and provide for filing of arguments has been moved by Councilmember McQuaid, seconded by Councilmember Nason. Poll the council, please, City Clerk.
Councilmember McQuay,
Yes.
Councilmember Nason,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Tiedemann,
Yes.
Councilmember Gary,
Yes.
and Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
Motion carries.
So the remaining item is to assign ad hoc committee to prepare arguments for and against the measure. Should that be the pleasure of the council? I suggest that perhaps I should be on the ad hoc subcommittee for the measure, since I did a lot of work actually designing the tax structure. I don't know if any, yes, Vice Mayor Tiedemann.
I will be happy to serve with you. We
So
need someone
moved.
else. Seconded.
It's been moved by Councilman McQuaid, seconded by Vice Mayor Tiedemann, that myself and Vice Mayor Tiedemann will be the ad hoc committee for preparing the argument for the measure. Is there a council member who would like to prepare argument against the measure? That is not required, but it is required that I ask. I believe we all voted to put on the ballot, so not surprisingly, there is no interest in that.
I may do an opposition. When do I have to decide? I haven't. I voted to put it on the ballot, but I'm not necessarily going to support its passage.
So so my understanding of the way this works is there is an order of precedence in the state elections code for who gets to essentially submit the argument that will get published. Elected officials of the jurisdiction that the measure regards are first in line. And so now if you want to assure yourself that position, now would be the time to speak up and claim that position.
And if I decide to be neutral or to support it, I can defer to whomever else might step forward to do an argument.
I guess that's how it would work. I would have to look to city attorney. If you claim that position now, I presume you don't have to follow through, but I would ask the city attorney what her understanding is.
I think that's correct. I don't think you're required to submit, but if you do submit, you would have that priority.
Yeah, so I guess it's permissive, not required. So if you want to reserve the spot.
Yeah, I think I'll do that. I'll reserve that spot. Thank you.
Okay. In a lot of situations, I don't really want opposition to the measure, but I presume we need to make a motion in a second and go through all that. So in all fairness, I will move that Councilmember Nason is the ad hoc committee of one to write the opposition argument to the measure.
Mayor, could are we doing this as two motions or one?
Oh, good point. I guess we need to vote on the first one first. I appreciate that. So if you care to poll the council on the first motion, which was for myself and Vice Mayor Tiedemann to be the ad hoc committee writing the argument for the measure.
Mayor Jordan?
Yes.
Councilmember McQuay?
Yes.
Councilmember Nason?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Tiedemann,
Yes.
Councilmember Gary.
Yes.
The motion carries.
And so now, thank you for keeping me straight, City Clerk. And so now I will move that Councilmember Nason be the ad hoc committee for Reading. Yes. Are you?
I'm just going to tell you there's public comment.
Oh. Okay, but we've already taken public comment on this item, so. So yes, I'm moving Councilmember Nason be the ad hoc committee for writing the opposition argument. Is there a second?
Can I second that?
You can second that, yes. It's been moved and seconded. City Clerk, if you please poll the council.
Councilmember Nason?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Tiedemann?
Yes.
Councilmember Gary?
Yes.
Mayor Jordan?
Yes.
And Councilmember McQuaid?
Yes. Yes.
Motion carries.
All right. Yes, Vice Mayor Tiedemann.
Just a very quick comment. I didn't have a chance because Councilmember Quaid moved so quickly to make a motion, which is great. I just did want to note while we're talking about the whole election, when we discussed ballot measures originally, we discussed a lot of them, some of which I proposed, and there was a lot of worry about having too many on the ballot. We are now several months later, and due to very good reasons, we are down from 3 to 1. So I want to make a note for our future discussions. I think it is probably better to be a little bit more, look a bit further and go a little bit bigger in the knowledge that we may winnow down to having a lot fewer than we think we might have when we start suggesting them. Just wanted to call that out.
Thank you. And with that, move on to new item of business 11-2 on the potential creation of a council ad hoc committee to research city manager performance evaluation processes in other cities and potentially make a recommendation. Yes, Councilmember McQuaid.
Thank you. I looked over the city manager's employment contract, and there's a very clear process in there for performance evaluation. And I think that any change to that needs to happen as a personnel matter and not be done in open session, but rather in closed session. So with having said that, I would suggest we take this off the agenda and move to item 12.
I just want to be clear, Councilmember McQuaid. I think the discussions would need to be in closed session, but just appointing this ad hoc committee could be done in open session. So it's the discussions about what might happen in negotiations that may entail contract amendments would not be done in a public setting.
Yeah, and to clarify, my understanding from the city attorney was the council could only create the ad hoc committee in open session. It cannot create it in closed session, which is not just, so there's creating the committee and then there's when and what the committee brings back. So what the committee brings back would be in closed session, but establishing the committee has to occur in open session.
And then should it result in a contract amendment that would be agreed upon by the city manager, that contract would be discussed and considered in open session. So there's kind of bits and pieces of this that are being done as you've done in the past with negotiations with city managers in closed session, and then adjustments to contracts being considered in open session.
Okay. You went to law school, so I will respect that. And also there's no backup to this, which does violate our policy for how you put things on the agenda. I have, that is another concern about why are we doing this?
Yeah, so that was it's an unusual situation because this is a recommendation the council essentially made to itself. It wasn't clear who should actually write a report, because, as I say, it was a decision of the council as a whole to recommend to itself that it create this ad hoc committee. And so I didn't see how our policy anticipated such a situation occurring. So this might recommend a need for some additional policy or procedure, I should say, procedure development in our handbook for the future. I am interested in creating this committee and it doing this research and bringing back what it finds out. I will note that the city manager has offered through the City Managers Association to probably collect and collate the processes from the cities within the county, which could be of obviously great assistance in accelerating this process for the community to be able to consider those materials. And so I will move to create a committee consisting of Vice Mayor Tiedemann and Councilmember Gary.
I would also point out we haven't taken public comment.
Oh, thank you. Yes. We'll do that now. I'm losing the thread here myself. Unless there's other questions, we'll go to call a comment. Hello, welcome.
Yeah, thank you, Aaron. Mr. Tiedemann, Vice Mayor, good looking out, bro. Hey, so I got a question. How many public attendees are on right now? Because I'm sure Julie would love to comment about this. And see, here it is again. The city manager performance evaluation research ad hoc committee, the last agenda item at 11 p.m. when everybody's sleeping in bed. You know, the city manager gave herself a raise in December between councils, last agenda item. When the city manager does stuff like this, it's got to be, I know it's new business or whatever, it's last, but this is all planned out that the city manager stuff happens late at night. You know, back when you first got on council, it was a second reading. You know, I don't see how the first reading of her raise could be on the last council and the second reading be the first meeting on your council. That's some fishy business right there. You know, and she's a public employee. She's paid by my taxes. So any research you do should be public information because she's a public employee. And I call for transparency. What are you guys hiding? Why has this got to be in closed session all the time? What don't you want the public to know? What are you hiding? What are you scared of? Are you scared of Julie making her public comment? Or you just wait till you know she goes to bed and it's 11 o'clock at night? You know, there's got to be some serious restructuring on this new business. New business doesn't even take that long. It takes maybe 5 or 10 minutes. So you should do new business before consent calendar. If you're going to do new business, have it be new, have it be in the beginning. You're doing new business last. It's like you're making new business old. You always do this sneaky stuff. And I'm actually really tired of it. You know, I mean, it's like, how could you do unfinished business before new business? You know, it's so late at night. And how many public attendees are on right now? 5 or less. Everybody's dropping off like flies. Everybody's tired. Rochelle's got a headache. It's late. Everybody's been staring at the screen for so long. We've all been staring at a light in our eyes for the past 4 hours. We've got to give our eyes a rest. All these virtual meetings are making everybody go blind. So I'm calling for transparency. Stop all this hiding. Stop all this closed session. She's a public employee. I call for transparency.
Thank you. Councilmember McQuaid.
I'm sorry, I need to correct the record. I hear this repeatedly. It's not true, and I think we need to call out what isn't true. We gave the city manager a raise at an open session, either the last council meeting or the one before. End of story. There was no midnight hiding, raise, and sometime that never happened. And the more you repeat falsehoods, the worse it gets.
I will also note that that negotiations over employee contracts need to occur in closed session by state law, is my understanding. So it's not a choice, it's the law. Welcome.
Hi, I'd just like to say I appreciate everything that everyone's doing. I appreciate Nicole's work as the city manager. And I believe that maybe perhaps in future, if public comment may be limited more to 2 minutes rather than 3 minutes, it might shorten the time span. There's been people who've commented on things that have gone way over that were not in the agenda items and have extensively extended the meeting, so to speak. I'm here. I'm still listening. I lower my computer screen. I appreciate the comments that are made by others, but I think that if we can limit those comments, it can help bring this meeting closer to a normal adjournment time. So thank you.
Well, I will comment that the main item that had the most comment regarding the San Pablo specific plan, and given the gravity of that item, as mayor, and the number of commenters, I was not going to choose to cut people down on that because that's a very substantial item. So with that, unless there's more discussion, I will move to appoint Vice Mayor Tiedemann and Councilmember Geary, if they agree, to an ad hoc committee to research and consider performance processes for city managers from other cities and bring those results back to the council. Vice Mayor Tiedemann.
I'll just briefly state that if we go through with this, I'll be happy to serve on this and try and work this out. Though on the proposal of doing it, I don't believe that it is strictly necessary, and so we'll be voting no.
Okay. Well, there's no second yet, so there's no motion. All right. Topic dies for lack of a second. Yeah.
I second the motion. Sorry, I don't know why I'm getting kicked out of the Zoom. But I guess my question is, when we're saying research, what does that entail? Because what I don't want to happen is if we're researching, we're calling people, and I don't want to be seen as being unprofessional, trying to get information to do this task. Go into closed session and discuss what research looks like, that would be great. But other than that, I'll second it. Thank you.
You cut out a little bit there, but the city manager offered to collect the documents describing the performance processes in the other cities in the county. City manager, yes, please.
Mayor, to clarify, awkward to do this in a public session. My comments were that I would be willing to work with the mayor on that, whoever the mayor is at that given time, not necessarily with a subcommittee.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. I apologize. That's my error.
So who's doing the research? Because if it's going to be the city manager and the mayor, then you have your ad hoc committee. If we're designing an ad hoc committee of 2 council members, then they should be able to do the research and bring it back. So if you can just clarify that, that would be great.
That was my intention, that the committee would do research and bring it back.
All right, sounds like a plan.
Is there any further discussion?
Could I just clarify what research, so that we probably have 5 different ideas of what we want. What research are we hoping to receive, and from whom?
So what the performance review process is in other cities, which presumably is documented in other cities, and to bring that back and potentially do some analysis comparing different processes from different cities, and potentially making a recommendation if the committee feels like doing so relative to the current process and what has been discovered about processes in other cities.
Are we ready for a vote? It's 11:20.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Unless there's any further discussion, City Clerk, please poll the council.
This is a motion to
Have Vice Mayor Tiedemann and Council Member Gary to be on the subcommittee.
Yes, it is.
Okay. Council Member Gary.
Yeah.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
Councilmember McQuay.
No.
Councilmember Nason.
No.
Vice Mayor Tiedemann.
No.
Motion fails.
All right. Unless there's another motion on this item, we will move on. I would suggest we either need to extend or adjourn at this point.
Let's adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
Okay. With that inglorious denouement, we adjourn the meeting. Thank you all for sticking it out.